Should we invite a friend?
It's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver
From side to side, we gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this, just for one more. So baby, let's orbit tonight.
Hello. My bad. There's a bunch of tech problems here. I am so sorry. What is up, Mero? What is up, Lucas? Yeah, it's very strange. Anytime I update my PC, it resets my audio settings, so I appreciate y'all saying something. I'm like, why aren't they hearing me? That's why. So yeah, reset my audio setting, which is nice. Cool. Fantastic. But hopefully we're good now. Alright, good. Appreciate it. Thanks for holding on. The other tech problem that we're trying to figure out. So I have like a pro chat that combines chats and it displays on screen, and for whatever reason, it's not displaying. So that's the other thing I'm working through. But besides that, we're just doing viewer tourneys. Pretty casual over here. What y'all up to? Thanks for the love. Thanks for the love. Nothing? You thinking about playing in this tourney? Also, thank you so much, recent subscribers. Very much appreciate it. I play Rocket League sometimes. Usually I'm watching Rocket League. I do a lot of different stuff. I do casting, viewer tourneys like these. Sometimes I play. You subbed? Thank you so much, Lucas. Yeah, I don't always know who subbed, but thanks a lot. Really means a lot. I'm trying to build up the YouTube. I wish I started a long time ago, but we're a little bit late to it, and now we're trying to build up the numbers for monetization. I don't know if we're gonna make it before February, but we're trying. What's your rank, Lucas? Silver 2 in 1s. Well, I tell everyone, play more 1s, you'll get better. It's simple, but it is how things are. It's just about repetition. Not that good. That's okay. I mean, you gotta start somewhere. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, playtime matters, and it does. It's just because that is what reflects consistency. Rocket League is a tough game. It requires plenty of time in it. But yeah, fastest way to get better is playing ones because it's the most, well, at least for a game mode. Ones are free play, but free play could get kind of boring. But it's the most amount of time you're in possession of the ball, and you even have an opponent. So more touches with the ball builds consistency versus like the other modes you might not touch the ball. There might be more so rotation. Hey, thank you so much for subbing, Landon Brewer. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, my first year in Rocket League. Yeah. That's how it goes. You're gonna be a low rank when you start. I have joined the tournament. You joined the tournament? Nice. How many we got? We got 4. We got 2 minutes, 4 people. I mean, not expecting a whole lot, but hey, we'll still watch. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we're doing a viewer tourney. I do a lot of viewer tourneys, so I spectate. Definitely spectate the subs, you know? Gotta show love to the subs. Diamond 2 and 2. Oh, snap. You're on the way to champ, huh? I have to go, but I will see you next time. All good. Thank you again for subbing to the channel. It was good talking to you. I definitely expect to see you around in the future, but I'll definitely be around. I'll be doing viewer tourneys, plenty of viewer tourneys, casting, and all that good stuff. So thanks again. I'll catch you later. All right, who subbed on YouTube in this tourney and wants to be spectated? Let me know. Well, we got one match over there, or this one. So, the right side or the left side? Landon Brewer, what's your in-game name? Was it the other one? Uh-oh, it's tied up. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm also eating in the background, so. Player 2. Alright, so we got the right one. What a beat from Squashy. So, yeah, if anyone's just tuning in, we're doing a viewer tourney. This one already started, but it's not too big, so we'll have another one after. Shouldn't be much longer for this one to conclude. But we also have a money tourney next Friday. So you can check out start.gg if you want to sign up for that. That's where it's pretty much hosted. Can you watch Gamer RL? If you sub to the channel, we got you. What are we doing? We're just doing a viewer tourney. I'm just watching these players go at it. Thank you so much for subbing, Woa. I'm not gonna pronounce it, all those O's, but thank you so much. Is your match happening right now, or is it, or are you waiting? You can join after this one. This one already started. So we got like a couple matches and then it'll be over. And I'll make a new one. Right now? Alright. Let's see if this goal goes through. Oh my god, that's not going in. Brutal. Do we see a goal as we end? Damn. Squashy, you lost? Oh no. We'll have to get you on the next one. We owe you a game, for sure. What is up, Not Forts? How is it going? How you doing? Damn. I always forget, like, as it ends, if I bring up the menu, I could actually leave before it traps me. There's like a 5-second trapping. Alright, perfect. That's about to start. We're on the way. We're headed over. But yeah, once again, anybody just tune in, we're just doing viewer tourneys. And this one, was it semifinals and then finals? So we got 2 more matches. We'll make a new one after this. It's public. Anyone can join. We make it through Rocket League. Yeah, you could make a private match. You could let people know. Let the people know the name and password while we wait. Could you do this, please? I'm gonna make a Rocket League edit, and I need an outro where you say, "You're the best silver I've ever seen," please. I don't know if that's gonna help. I don't know how you're doing it, but you're the best silver I've ever seen. Although, I don't know. I have to see you first. You can't quote me on that yet. I have to see you first. I gotta put my words in action. I think you gotta prove that you're the best silver. Oh, that almost bounced in. No, you gotta sub to the channel, and then you gotta play in a tourney. Or you could sub to the channel in 1v1. I don't do a lot of 1v1s, but only for subs. Only for brand new subs. Otherwise, I'd be 1v1 all the time. Alright, thank you so much for subbing to the channel, not Forts. Alright, so here's the story. You're gonna hold on. We're gonna watch this match, and then the finals right after. That would conclude the tourney. I'll make a new tourney, and everyone can sign up for it. And while we're waiting for it to start, 1v1 you, and you can show your skills, and we can determine if you're the best silver I've ever seen. I subbed and got no 1v1. That was a long time ago. You got plenty of you got plenty of action being spectated. But yeah, I don't do a lot of 1v1s, but we kind of have to ramp up. I only have till February to get 1,000 followers or subs. Sorry, I was mix those up. 1,000 subs on YouTube. It's gonna be tight. Means I gotta do the dreaded ones. I'm not like a big fan of ones either, but I can advocate for their usefulness. I always tell people you want to get better, play ones. It'll definitely build your offense. What a 50 going in. Okay, good to know. Grand silvers. I'll just make a private match, so all you have to do is put the name and password in, but at least I'll know it's you and not somebody else. All right, Cameron doing his thing, going to another finals. Cameron is a legend, always joining our tourneys. And now it's Cameron against Squashy. Uh-oh. The rematch is here. We got it. I believe they're 1-1. You can't script this any better. Yeah, that's true. I sometimes do a 2v2 with like a random wheel spin. 2v2. I sometimes do that. I do ping the Discord for that to get more people in. But yeah, it's an option. I might do that if the 1v1s are kind of fizzling out. But the only thing is, like with 2v2s, it all depends. If you don't get enough people, it's not really good. And it doesn't really bring like new people to them. So it's a little iffy. So I don't do them all the time. You changed all your settings? Come on, you're supposed to be the best silver we ever seen. So how do you feel about the new settings? Are you still working through it? Or do you think it's gonna pay off? Ooh, that's a big miss, but what a double. Cameron almost missing. Extra effort. But that big touch off the backboard, that's a killer. You just wait for your opponent, see if they make a mistake. But good setup from Squashy. And don't forget about that double jump when the ball's on your car. It's tried and true. Also sticks close to your car, so you kind of 50 at the last second if need. But Squashy, big beat. Can Cameron get back? Does. Squashy taking the wide angle though. Not going to be able to score off of that. And the bumping. Also, you got to watch out when you're facing your own net. That's how own goals tend to happen. So if you're challenging facing your own net, it's not always a good thing. Now it's kind of hard to play, but I know it's a good decision. Oh, that's good. What a bump. Yeah, sometimes in Rocket League, there's going to be those moments where you got to change things. You know it's gonna be better, but it's painful to start. That's kind of like air roll. When I change the bindings for air roll, I knew it was going to be rough, but after I got used to it, then I was a lot more mechanical. That's a good tried and true power shot. All you silver, golds, plats, take note of those power shots. They're simple, but so effective. And that's a good touch. Cameron cooking out here. And I changed to directional air roll. I'm not that good, but it's really good for air dribbles. Yeah. Yeah, like that is a pain, and it definitely takes just a lot of repetition. It feels very weird, but you will need it as you go up in rank. Like, so the earlier you you change to it and adjust, the better. But there's a certain point though, because if you're too low in rank and you do it, like, it's tough if it's gonna actually pay off. So there's some things that you need to get used to before changing to other things. So, like, obviously, if you're trying to flip reset when you're not even good at controlling your car in the air, like, it makes no sense. But thank you so much for all the recent subs to the channel. Very much appreciated. Definitely helps me out as I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube. And if I get monetized, that's going right to money tourneys, which are fun. Bring people in. And it's actually through start.gg, which RLCS uses. So it lets people get familiar with how to use that website. Not everybody is used to it. Cameron up by 2. Big kickoff. Now 3. 1 goal away. Although Squashy's still putting up a fight. We love to see it. We saw that boost miss. All right, credit Cameron taking the victory. He wins the best of 3 in their rivalry. Alright, so we're creating a new one. I'll put it 720, give it plenty of time. Alright, so that's the new one. Now, should have warmed up first? That's what tourneys are for. You don't warm up for a tourney. Alright, so not forts. You could join that tourney if you want, and then join my private match. So you could sign up. Everybody could sign up for that one. You just saw it. It's 7:20. It's 13 minutes. Public. Anybody could join. It's 1v1. So I posted that one. Now, not forts. Join this private match. It's Spart, and the same thing for the password. SPART. The tourney's called YT at Spartan Dragon. Just YouTube at Spartan Dragon. That's the title of it. Shouldn't be hard to miss. My hands were cold again. Need a personal heater. Do some like push-ups before. I feel like that warms my hands up. If I needed, if my hands were actually cold. Alright, let's see what the silver has in store for us. That would be nice if my controller works. Damn, he's thick. So yeah, anybody just tuning in, we are doing another viewer tourney that's in 10 minutes. Besides that, Not Forts was kind enough to sub to the channel. Wanted a 1v1 to show that he's the best silver. So we're seeing Not Forts in action. Well, you did just sub to the channel. I can 1v1 you. Maybe. We might have to wait for another tourney because the next tourney starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, Squashy, on the other hand, made a private match. With the same name, that could be complicated. You might want to change the name. Because that's literally what we made this one. Oh, you gotta go? Alright. Well, Woa, if you want to join real quick, the name is Spart, the password is Spart. We get 1v1 real quick, but the next tourney is in 9 minutes, so 9 minutes I'm gonna go and watch the tourney. Maybe I match admin this real quick. But all good, Not Forts. My private match is Spart for the name, Spart for the password. Whoa, what's your in-game name? Also, anyone just tune in, we're doing a viewer tourney, 5 minutes. You should be able to find it. YouTube at Spartan Dragon. Gamer RL. Okay. Oh, this ain't you. Alright, so this is the tourney. It's in 4 minutes. Got 17 people signed up already. Salmon, I believe. That's what that is. Yeah, I could watch you, Whoa. I do owe you. So, Gamer RL, I believe. What's up, Everett? I'm new, just joined live. and tournament. Gonna be Moose God 21. All right. So since we have so many people, I do have to say I watch and prioritize people who've subbed to the channel because they're helping me out. I'd like to return the favor, give them some time on the screen. But we did say we'd watch WoA first, so that is our first match we're gonna watch. Whoever's playing against Gamer RL. So that's match number 1. And so after that concludes, I'll ask who wants to be spectated if you're sub to the channel, and we'll see who's playing. Thank you so much, Everett. You're awesome. Very much appreciated. It helps me. I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube. Not easy, but we're going for it. So big tourney. You got 1 minute or less. So once again, go to tournaments, look for YT at Spartan Dragon. That's the title. It's public to join, no rank requirement, and it's a decent size one. We got a big one here. All right, we can be on the lookout for Everett, aka Moose God, after. All right, it should be starting any second now. All right, special mention Squashy, special mention Moose God, special mention Salmon. Here it is, Gamer RL against Angel. We'll quickly take a look. Zen's back. And I think that's all I know over there. All right, we got a good sized tourney. Also, if you're not used to these tourneys, sometimes it messes up. You get like it looks like an infinite loading screen or a black screen keeps trying to load you in. With those, it eventually works. Like, it looks like it's bugging. I mean, it kind of is, but if that happens to you, just be patient. It will eventually pull you in. But it does happen to someone at least once in a tourney this size. But yeah, we're watching Gamer RL, aka Everett. They're kind enough to sub to the channel. And what a turn! Gonna go off to the races. I like that little power slide or reverse. That actually works. Can I join yet? Did you join the tourney? We got like 40 people in. I mentioned it a few times. It was public to join. Started at 7:20 our time, which is 2 minutes ago. But up by 3, crushing it. My bad, had to do something. I mean, I don't, I get it. Happens. But we're on to this one now. Yeah, that sometimes happens. No one in. But that's if they lose connection. They just can't get in, or they had that problem and they tried to restart their game. Sometimes that happens, so that's why I recommend not restarting, because you might get the forfeit because too much time happens and you don't join the match. Clipper said, I just scored 1 goal and my opponent shut his... Yeah, that also tends to happen. Like 1 or 2 goals and the opponent forfeits. Not surprising. But if you're new to my tourneys, I make it first to 7 goals. So that way it kind of keeps things moving. Also, I have to mention to you guys, if there's freestyling, I tend to not watch. It's just boring, in my opinion. It doesn't make for a good match to watch. But Gamer RL taking the first match. We'll see what Everett is up to. Everett is waiting. So, and then, damn, all you guys are waiting. All 4, Squashy, Moots, Salmon, Gamer. And I don't think I recognize anyone from the right side. So anybody out there that's subbed to the channel and you're about to play a match, let me know. I'm in practice, all good. That's fine. You got a little bit of a wait. We'll see. I have to give other people a chance to be spectated. So the best way to get spectated again is to win. We're still waiting for these ones. And what's going on with these? This one just has the first score. Crazy. Alright, Moots might actually be playing. Moose. Italian enemy says Moots. My bad. I'm in. Alright, we can watch. I believe player 1. Alright, time to step it up, Everett. Did this guy just nice shot his own goal? Kinda weird. That's what he gets. That is absolutely what he gets. How come he doesn't nice shot his own goal? Oh, it's a battle over here. They're getting chippy. That's an open net. We're gonna ignore that weird flip. Still a goal. Dan M. Ha. Yeah. His own goal was a better goal than the one he said nice shot to his own. But that's karma. Oh my god. Wait, what? What is going on here? Painful. Going all the way back to net is crazy. Could have scored like 5 times by now. Alright, he's freestyling. We're out of here. He could have had an open net. Alright, what else we got? We got... Squashy's still waiting? Jesus. Alright, this one's about to start, actually. Like I said, I don't think I know anyone on the right side, but no one said anything. Sorry, match. Alright, we got Clippers, are you subbed to the channel? Yeah, the live is delayed. I don't know what I can do to fix that. I think it's just how it is coming from Streamlabs. Oh, you're glitched? Yeah, you're gonna have to wait a bit. Alright, we'll watch a little bit of this one. Let me know when it starts. So yeah, just be patient. That's what we were talking about. Sometimes it glitches, it brings you in, then kicks you out. And it'll do that like for like 15 times or something. I don't know the actual number, but it's what it feels like. I can say if you restart your game, you have a 50% chance of it forfeiting you. In my experience of running tourneys. There is a theory that if you get to if you find a way into training, damn, Gamer, he's got a big draw here against Rise. But yeah, theory is if you could actually get into training while it keeps on black screening, then it might bring you into the match. I don't know if that's true or not, or if by the time you could get into training, then it's already done messing up. So I don't know, but that's something I when it happens to me, that's what I try to do. All right, it started. All right, Gamer, good luck. Down by 5. He's gonna need a lot of strength there. Alright, we can finally spectate. A little delayed. Okay. Clippers has some skill. I like to see it. Good read as well. Also playing on ping too. Let's not forget that. 164 ping as well. Disadvantage. Whoa, you're doing a private match? Alright. Yeah, you're more than welcome to put the name and password in the chat. Oh, what a goal. Alright, Salmon could be the front runner here. Yeah, I know. I figured you lost when you're saying you're making a private match. Alright, are they still freestyling over there? Squashy is still waiting. It's crazy. 10 years later. You let them win? What kind of policy is that? No mercy. I don't let people win. They gotta earn it. Well, that's why. Because he's gotta go and eat. Fair enough. Bruh. What's up, Quick Tough, over on Twitch? You should come over here where the party's at. Alright, this one actually is a good one. Should be a good one over here. He wants that touchback for sure. But wait. But wait. Oh no. Alright, unfortunately a little too far left. And let that be, oh, okay. Let that be a lesson to you. When you give up space, you give up possession, that is when the shot comes through, as you just saw. So, for all players there, if you maintain possession, you stay behind the ball, you're gonna be better off. Alright, Squashy finally playing. Wow, that was a great flick. Quick gamer, kinda cooking here. Alright, that's gonna do it. Quick gamer. Moving on. My right side's already determined. Alright, while this is happening, I will be back. That was fun. Is there a prize? No. Bragging rights? Alright, semifinals, then finals. Once again, though, I'm gonna thank everyone who subbed over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. So, thank you for the support. Alright, my bad. What's up, Hex Fade? Can I play? This is a tourney that already started. Oh no, that lip of the backboard messing everybody up from time to time. Yo, what's up, Ninja Face? How you doing tonight? You're in the last tourney, Madis. Well, thanks for popping into the chat. Are you playing any more tonight, or that's it? Not a bad double here. Oh, what a follow. Little bit of space. We are tied up 5 apiece. Oh snap. 6-6, nice shot. Now comes down to the final. 7th goal. Salmon wins it. Some good back-to-back possessions, staying behind the ball and moving forward. All right, we got the finals. Oh no. I wonder, so confident that was going in. Finally on the board. Douse still in the lead. Can't do shit with this ping, yeah. Eventually, it makes a difference. And what a flick to end it. Well done from Douse RL. Alright, I'm just trying to figure out something. I might have to cast a match at 9. What's up, Get Up Man? Get Up Man, I think you followed my YouTube one of the other nights where I had AFK cast going. If so, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm trying to get monetized on YouTube. I'm doing the grind, but they upped the requirements come February, so now we're a race against the clock. So we'll see. Alright, so yeah, I might have a cast at 9. So this might be the last one. I don't know. I don't know how much I'll be able to watch, but we'll put this one up. Alright, Squashy has a private match open if you want to join while we're waiting for this tourney. And once again, yeah, you guys are killing it with subs on YouTube. Thank you so much for the support. I would mention them more, but I mean, it doesn't always tell me when I get a subscriber, so. Damn. Ads over on Twitch? That must suck. Nothing over on YouTube. That's the party. Oh, you have premium, Squashy? How is premium? How do you feel about it? Is it worth it? I just teleported. And he's there. And there's a private match by Squashy. If anyone wants to join while you're waiting. But I would recommend signing up for this tourney if you wanted to play in it first and then go in. Otherwise, you start playing, you forget to sign up. Only no ads? That's the only benefit it does? Well, that's kind of rough. I'd hope it had, like, more. More to it. Although, does it... Maybe it, like, gives you bonuses to... You know how you could watch some movies on YouTube? Although... That's if you even watch movies on YouTube. I would think there's, like, some movies on YouTube that require premium. But I could be wrong. I don't think there's more. I'll have to look it up. No ads anywhere. Background play. You can lock your phone screen and the video keeps playing. Oh, wow. Offline downloads. Download videos and playlists to watch without internet. YouTube Music Premium. Higher quality video and audio. Extra perks are picture in picture while using other apps. The jump ahead to skip filler sections. Continue watching across devices. Queuing videos without interrupting playback. You can't join the private match. My keyboard is disabilitied. What's up, Leaks? Chilling, just doing a viewer tourney. Quick viewer tourney, and we're gonna cast a little bit later. But if anyone wants to be spectated, make sure to sub on YouTube and we will spectate your match. Yeah, the chat thingy is broken. I don't know what the deal with it is. It's just not displaying an overlay on stream. Like the chat itself I could go to where it mixes the chats, but I don't know what's going on. Just today it's just not working. So that's that. Oh snap, Bleak, you signed up for the $10 tourney? Nice. Yeah, that's $10 tourney's next Friday. Anyone else wants to sign up? It's through start.gg. You find it, or you could go to our Discord. It's through there as well. But cool. Thanks for joining the tourney, Leaks. So yeah, we do that monthly thing. I have to. Been so busy. I have to give roles, but we also do a $5 giveaway for people who follow the YouTube. But I have to make an announcement. I have to add roles. I'm been grinding them hours right now. Get the info. Well, so everything you need should be on start.gg. It also has a rule book, so you could view all the rules and everything. Besides that, in Discord, I just have the announcement that links you to start.gg, but there haven't been any further announcements. But once I give everyone a participant role, they'll be able to enter the $5 giveaway. But it's in the rule book how to do it. So it pretty much explains the process. So yeah, basically everything that you need should be in the rule book. If you have anything else, then you could always ask me. DMs are open. What's up, Cameron? I joined, saw randomly on Rocket League. Awesome. Thank you for joining. If you wanted to sub to the channel, I'll spectate your match first. But that is an option presented, not required. But yeah, anybody just tune in. We're doing a viewer tourney. Also, I talk a lot about YouTube. They're changing requirements, but we're trying to get monetization. It helps with money tourneys, such as the one we're hosting next week. So that's what we're trying to go for. But come February, they're increasing the requirements. So we're trying to make it before February, but that requires 1,000 followers or 1,000 subscribers. I gotta always correct myself. 1,000 subscribers and like 4,000 hours watched. Is a little bit of a doozy. Cameron sub, thank you so much. You're awesome. It helps a lot, honestly. I'm kind of bad though because my monitor broke. Oh man, that's rough. I feel that. Yeah, you're definitely gonna have a difference on a TV, the input delay. My user is Clip of Life. Alright, we'll look out for Clip of Life. Special mention, Quick Gamer. He joined the last one. Special mention, Squashy Square, a legend. DJ Caleb. Got a shout out. Little tourney action. All right, am I bugging? All right, you gotta buy. I'm like, did we miss you? All right, there you are. Alright, you probably play Caleb, who's pretty good, so just fair warning. When he wants to be, when he's not ongoing. Max Steel says there's another camera. No. You're facing Caleb? Oh boy, we gotta watch that. Your full field? What? Since when is that your name, Aso? What the heck? You'll see him in action. We'll watch the one before. You'll get a full read on. Black screen, are we serious? First match? Yeah. I am not surprised. I am not surprised in the slightest. Well, while there's a black screen, I gotta post, I'm casting a match around 9. I gotta post that in our Discord. Because we have a Spartan Discord. It's for Spartan teams. I manage and cast along with host some tourneys. So yeah, one of our teams is playing around 9. So I'll be casting that later. Joining air, yep. Alright, why can't I find match there? It's not even trying to join back. Alright, it should be good, right? Should be underway. Alright, yeah, we're underway. For the money tourney, that's all through start.gg. That's when the timer hits on start.gg, you make sure to join your match or check in, and then there you could chat with your opponent, and then it's an automated name and password that someone creates and the other person joins. But yeah, that's a lot of it's through start.gg, and that tourney starts as long as you signed up and everything. That starts 8 p.m. Eastern on next Friday. So it's next Friday for that money tourney. Right now we're just doing casual viewer tourneys in Rocket League. This is just chill. No prize. This one's really coming down to the wire. Caleb about to lose? No. It's tied up. No boost. And full advantage. Oh, that's a little risky. Oh no! Holy smokes. Oh no, he wants that one back. Caleb hunting gets initial pop. That's gonna be dangerous, but too much. Oh. Ground dribble? Oh. See, the problem there, facing your own net and not at an angle. And that's why that happens. Quitting the game. Alright, see you next year. Ooh, that was close. It depends. Good day, closer to GC2. Bad day, C3. Yeah. I mean, he did very good considering. And he's at one's main too. Damn, C1 as well. C1's getting good out here. Y'all got potential. Cameron, GC1. And when I say rank, I don't say one's rank, because I don't think that really, I don't know, doesn't factor too much. It only depends if people play ranked as a main mode or too much, but I don't know. I still qualify as whatever your highest rank is. Our teammates were made in an air fryer? Brutal. That's true. You are playing on a TV. You're at a disadvantage, so you are forgiven. But it's all good. I mean, these tourneys are just meant to be casual viewer tourneys, helping everyone get better. Or just have good competition. Tourneys are pretty good because they allow you to play people higher up. It's good to play higher up. You get to see what they're doing, what you can work on. All that good stuff. Oh, no way that works. Alright, so once again, we'll remind everyone, we're doing a viewer tourney. And then we have to cast a match, so I don't know, we maybe got one or two more we could watch, and then we gotta get ready to set the overlay and all that stuff for the match. But I'll also say thank you so much for all the subs on YouTube tonight. Really means a lot. Really helps a lot. So we got 2 semifinals. Quick Gamer on the left. Ooh, Squashy Square against DJ Caleb, 2 of our chatters. Damn. You're crazy for trying to put a private match when you're in the tourney. Any team around C1 need someone? I don't think we have any C1 teams. But at least from like stream and stuff, there are some decent C1s out there. I just don't know. I don't know what league we'd do. Right now there's nothing open currently. But if you're a free agent, I'll mark you as such. Just so it's like my personal memo. ASO, you've never been C3, right? Okay. So I'm gonna put you free agent C1 to C2. Although I have a problem. There's 2 ASOs in the Discord. They're not both yours, right? They might be. Which one do you use? What's your main? Is it the one with, is that Juice World? I use the rabbit one? Okay. Rosalina Sylvia Stoyanova. Did I get it right? Not even close. What's good? How you doing tonight? I feel a sneeze coming. Alright, I'm good, but the Brazil. Alright, I'm fine. Only dying on the inside. Caleb gets the Brazil, moving on. It's 8:36, so we're watching this viewer tourney, but I'll have to go shortly to cast a match, get a match ready for 9. Although Caleb against Quick Gamer, we're almost there. Yes or no, bro? Does dying on the inside not answer it? Will I stream the match? Yes, I will stream the match. That's what I'm getting ready for. It'll be Spartan Ares. I don't know who's starting though. But you got Chaotic, McNutty, Peak, Holy Blade, and Flash. Alright. Finale of this viewer tourney, Quick Gamer against Caleb, and then we will be gearing up for a 9 p.m. cast. It might be a little delayed, but around 9 p.m. cast in one of our teams. I got kicked from the tourney completely? Well, I guess you won the tourney. I don't know what happened to Quick Gamer. He left. Well, there you go. What a finale. Yay. It's what we all waited for. Need to go anyways. Yeah, it works out for everybody because I might as well start getting cast ready. See ya, Caleb. All right, don't mind the wording. Change that real quick. Change this. Alright, I got to add the logo. Where is it? What's up, Bell? How is day number 1? Not there yet? Damn. How far of a drive is it? That is why you left at 3 a.m. $20 hours? Damn. Yeah, it's a hike. I haven't done a Florida drive in a long time. How's the traffic? Oh, you don't actually move until next Thursday? Okay. At least you have people in Florida. That's nice. You're 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 gearing up for that Wi-Fi. Getting used to it, huh? Can't be worse than hotel Wi-Fi. Yeah, go with cash just to be safe. Alright, we're just gearing up for this cast. Will happen shortly. Maybe.
Being underwater, can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. I'm in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Going rough, losing 0-3. I bet. Only own gold once. Sounds brutal. Yeah, laptop and bad Wi-Fi. It's never gonna be fun. Lost 1 to 5. There's always next game on a casual.
Paralyze my heart. Don't wanna feel your touch like ice tracing on my scars. Why is it hurt on the inside? It's unforgivable, but I forgive you every time. Hard to let it go, 'cause we're intertwined. I break you, you break me, but something about it makes us so. Baby, every piece keeps us together in the car. Oh, oh, oh. Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many drinks got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, 'cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I
Alrighty. We are almost ready. Let's pause the music. Alright, we got the recording going for YouTube. If you want to support, make sure to follow the channel. But we got these rivalry teams ready to face off in week 5. So let's see if both teams are ready. Of course, though, the overlay is not working. You can't win with this stuff. But we're gonna have to just do without the overlay. It was working earlier. But welcome into this rivalry match between Spartan Aries in orange and Flop Reset Frantic in blue. This is week number 5, last week before the playoffs. And Pinch just out. Holy there on defense. But Royalty gets the 50. Wacy almost scores, and Holy showing some good defense to start. But now McNutty trying to control, gets the touch. It's dropped out, and Holy containing the midfield. Nice pass. Chaotic kind of gets under it. And now Holy going to be tested again, although it's got to go backwards. A drop down. Holy is looking to be man of the hour. Holy continues on, gets the goal. He's playing defense, offense a little bit here and there. And so far looking good as he puts Spartan Aries up by 1. Got the pop. Touch. Chaotic. Can't find the net. Neither can McNutty. They are content with hitting the same spot on the backboard. Now Wacy trying to clear it. They're trying to get a little breathing room. They also are down by 1, but being threatened on another possible goal. But kicked out. Now Royalty trying to move it forward. They just can't find any footing. Tough to clear it. Tough to get an opportunity for offense. So far, good spacing from Spartan Aries. But trying to cut through. McNutty keeping it in play. Only can't get a demo or a touch on that one. Nice block. Senor Brightside is there, and maybe a little momentum that is needed through pure force, and he's hunting as well. And this could actually open things up, but that kind of fizzled out, and Holy has the easy save. Holy redirect at midfield. And what is up, Lucas? Welcome to this casted match of rivalry between Spartan Aries and Flop Reset. Spartan Aries in orange, Flop Reset in blue. Our overlays just stopped working for a time. We'll have to see if we can fix it. But big demos coming out. Only a 1 score difference. Right side. Knocking on the door. This almost goes through. And despite a lot of pressure from Spartan Ares, Senor Brightside ties it up, and they continue fighting. And goes to show you, he could still be in a match, still contend. It might have been one-sided, but they held tough, only giving 1 goal. So we are tied 1-1 at 110. And might add another. Just bounces around. Only has another save to his credit. Backboard, good pass. Just no one there. 51 seconds left. McNutty gets a piece. Holy keeps it to the corner, and that's a big demo on the backside. McNutty can't get a touch there. And now they're trying to clear it. Big pop, but even better. So Senor Brightside has really done good for his team. And it's usually the one leading the charge. And we expect to see his name quite often. And especially if his team still win this one, they're gonna have to rally behind him. But 1 apiece. Are we going to OT? Big clear. Might be a shot chance. That's gonna drop down. So game 1, OT. Chaotic. Can't get a touch there. They're trying to clear it out. Holy. That's gonna drop low for Wasey, who now could possibly get the double. McNutty was in a rough spot. Instead, we're going the other way. And eye up. Right side able to follow through. We got 50s in the corner. Holy strong touch upward. And it hits the ceiling 5,000 times. Almost led to a shot. But solid defense from both of these teams. Is there a breakthrough? Royalty with the save. Now, Holy by 1, by 2. Might have an open net. He rips it too strong. Put a little too much heat on that, but luckily he's got McNutty following through and seals the deal in OT. Alright, we gotta figure out why Barrel isn't working. Alright, so we gotta I don't know why it's not working, but Barl was working earlier today and just seemingly said nah. Yeah, that defense is crazy. I don't know. If I join back, does it give someone else like permission to change the map, or will I still have control? That's the question. But I don't know, so annoying that Borrow is not working. It was working earlier, literally. Well, just someone has to change it. All right. I don't know. We could see. All right. Wait, it's not. Yeah, Barl just doesn't want to work today. I don't know. So we just continue on, I guess. Kind of syncs with the without the overlay, but what can you do when it doesn't want to work? But what a shot. Chaotic firing first, and just mention to anyone, Spartan Aries up 1 in the series. We do have Barl. It's just it's on its own time frame here, but we can still spectate. We still got a match here, and Chaotic down to Holy, who's going for the bump, not ready for the pass. But keeping it to corner. Now trying to clear it. And in comes Chaotic, almost sneaking that goal through. A lot of pressure from Spartan Aries. Seemingly got a jump start from that game 1 victory in OT, as they've come out swinging. But we've seen good defense from both teams. And flop reset. Team in blue, they have provided good defense as well. They've hung tough, even when being pelleted with shots. And you just can't count them out. They're down by 1, but all they need is one opportunity to tie it up. I can't 1v1 you right now. Maybe later if you follow the channel. But we are casting this match of rivalry. We got 2 teams here in a best of 5. Spartan Aries up 1 in the series. McNutty flipping or flicking, but he might have an open net. Trying for the fake. Perhaps thought about it too much. And there comes a shot. And we gotta quickly check. I got 3 saves from blue side. But we do talk about defense, and here's an opportunity, almost scoring. And how they do it. They survive the onslaught, but make the most of their opportunities. And it's a similar game from game 1, where Spartan Aries definitely put forth quite the effort, quite the offense, but then they let a goal through, and here is a similar stance. And you gotta give credit to flop reset. They do make the most of their opportunities on offense. So at 2 minutes, we are tied 1 apiece. But nice pass, although I see going for bumps, not ready for a pass. McNutty by 1, only 50, and demo would have been clutch there as Chaotic waiting. But touch, and Wasey almost gets that redirect to throw everyone off. A minute 30, and could go either way. Both teams hunting for that next goal. That's 50'd out as Chaotic venturing back. But this could be an opportunity. They have good positioning. Royalty. Just keeping it. Now McNutty gains possession. And 50 around. But now we're seeing positioning a little messed up for both teams. They're playing a little too close. Not ready to follow those 50s. And that is the result. Played too close off. You can't follow. Chaotic to Holy, who probably didn't want that one, but didn't have a choice. And big 50, Senor Brightside off the backboard. And Royalty looking for an answer, almost finds it. It was almost the goal you thought. But instead, do we have another OT? Chaotic! And what a shot. 5 seconds left. Oh. That might have sealed this. What we're doing right now is a casted match between these two official teams. We got Spartan Ares in orange. Flop Reset, Frantic in blue. Flop Reset. They're trying a little magic to tie it up, but Spartan Ares, they get that clutch goal. 5 seconds left. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but they're not gonna do it in time. There's no way. Yeah. All right. Game 3 is here. And Spartan Ares, they are up 2. And it's not updating for me on my manual end, but Spartan Ares up 2 in the series. It's 2-0. I know you can't see the overlay, but they're in a best of 5, so match point. They win this, they seal the series. Meanwhile, Flop Reset in a must-win situation. They need a good start. Can they get it? Nice pop. Almost there. But that's going to be an open net. And Chaotic going to take full advantage. Happy to get that start. And just makes it that much tougher. Alright. Well, they agreed, so we're backing out. At least I'll get control. But I mean, credit to Spartan Ares, their team sports. Technically, they could just keep playing because goal was already scored after 15 seconds. Or is it even any seconds? I think as soon as someone DCs. Alright, let's clear it up in big sportsmanship. 0 apiece. And hopefully we're all good to go. DCs suck. Never fun. But this is the true spirit of Rocket League. And once again, this is week number 5, so before the playoffs. Spartan Aries are undefeated, and that's certainly a big reason to play, but even more credit to them being sports. And that's what the league is all about, getting better, having fun. But Spartan Aries take the first goal. And that's a high bouncer. And your bright side. Punting around, gets a bump. Big 50 going out. Chaotic somehow able to fly in the air. Hang with it. But Chaotic on target. Wasey there for the save. And dropped in front of net. But flop reset down by 1. They gotta muster everything. Can they do it? Well, that's going all the way back. Wasey is gonna opt not to collect boost. Staying with it. Ball over boost. You gotta respect the decision. Holy. Good pass midfield. That's chipped away. Royalty trying to clear it out. But Holy doing a good job in the corner. Although Chaotic, what the heck was that? He reverses and almost gives up possession into a goal. And does make the save to kind of make up for things. Here comes Royalty. You thought Royalty was dead. Inside jokes. Nothing against them. But Holy gets the touch to the side. And Chaotic is gonna be just wide. And it's gonna bounce around ping pong, and McNutty has the angle from the left side. And halftime is here. And Spartan Aries looking good in command. For overlay purposes, it is 2-0. Spartan Aries, the team in orange. In game and in the series. Oh, Chaotic turning on this one. McNutty gets a touch, but that's almost a goal. Somehow, Holy answers the call again on defense. Has been absolutely clutch with the saves. Pass, and McNutty, full intention, no boost. We saw a flip reset right, right there, bouncing off each other. McNutty on a weird wide angle as he floats in there. Well, he can't get a touch, but he's given a second chance. And 50 in a round. You know, our bright side can't get a touch. This should be a shot. But Ignite opting to play safe. That's going down. Wasey might have a pass. And instead he just 50s the hell out of it. Wasey. Very much needed goal on a crazy angle. But now lead dropped to 1. Can they find a little more magic? Holy hanging around in front of net, almost drops it through. Chaotic with the fake challenge. And a high pop actually on target. But to the sky and no one's there. But it leads to a goal and hold the phone. Senor Brightside ties it up. Spartan Aries in a little trouble here. Although these games have been very close. If Flop Reset can turn the tide, get a win, you never know, because it could have been in their favor. It's bouncing around.
This is chalk.
This is chalk, but Chaotic finally puts it through. And another late goal. The previous match, they scored with 5 seconds left to steal the game before OT. And seeing a little more magic here. But we're looking at Flop Reset in blue. 10 seconds. Can they tie it up? They're putting some pressure. They send the house. And that's actually in. Royalty, how does he do it? They gave it all. Royalty actually scores even though he looks like he's about to save it. And OT is here. Just kidding. Maybe, perhaps. There's a bump. Kept alive. That's gonna die. Oh, it almost goes in. But Royalty definitely clearing it, but it's still up. Hold your breath. You might die. That's actually still up. And OT is here. 3-3. OT. Again. McNutty to the ceiling. Will this be a different result for Flop Reset? They are battling out here, giving it all. These games have been so close, only decided by 1. It could easily be a different story as Wasey scores an OT and they get a win. They are still alive. And what a comeback. They were down 2 in the game as well. But I got permission. Change the maps now. I'm in command. Although we still don't have an overlay. Alright, so it's 2-1. I'll manually do that. And that's that. We can't even manually put it up. That's just chalked. Alright, what is this custom? Alright, ignore that. That overlay is terrible. Alright. So, the series score, we'll keep reminding you guys. Series score, it is Spartan Aries 2, Flop Reset Frantic 1, in a best of 5. So flop reset, team in blue. They are trying to tie it up, bring it to game 5. As we're in game 4. Can they do it? Or does it go to a victory for Spartan Aries? And we saw a little momentum shift. This is an open net and shot through AC. Starting the scoring off right. And what a shift. They have gained confidence from a win. And now they're up by 1. Holy. Double down into the net from a little help from Royalty on the other side. But how could he predict? What a shot from Holy. And it was very hot in the beginning of the series. Fizzled a little bit, but there you see a little more magic from Holy. And when his team needed him, but Royalty is there, and Royalty has stepped up big in the series as well, helping to contribute a game win and staying alive. And so far right now, giving that lead back to flop reset. McNutty, what a touch. He's ripping that. It's a little too far. And you kind of wonder, chaotic downfield, getting the bump. Should McNutty have controlled that one? Or just put it on target would help. But what a touch, and Holy, he's going to step pad that save, although looked like it was in. He's there at the last second. Chaotic getting bumped. He thought he had that all day. Instead, had a random team or random opposing member in his way. And we're seeing a little bit sloppy play from both sides. This is where the mistakes come out. Who can be consistent? Mr. Brightside rips that, and it's bar in. You can't get a better shot than that. And up by 2. Flop reset. Gaining a whole lot of momentum, a whole lot of confidence. They want to bring it to game 5. And gotta say, what an effort they provided. But McNutty on the left side, just get him away from the left side. Holy smokes. He had another chance to score, and somehow he does not. And they need something here, down by 2. But big challenge. Senor Brightside might have it, but that's gonna get kicked out. Royalty moving forward, just waiting. He's running out of time. He wants that boost. And off to the side. Gonna stay in that corner for the last minute. Flop reset, looking for something that's actually open. And Chaotic able to do it because Chaotic's on the left side. But 3-2, this one is not over just yet. Spartan Aries, they were able to get a counter goal. Chaotic, that's going to be a little too wide. They're trying to tie it up. We see a little momentum shift. Well, that's going to bounce around. And missed opportunity. Could have been a goal for Flop Reset to seal this game. They need to win this game. But instead, it's only a 1-score difference. And you can't sleep on Spartan Aries in the last minute. They've had the ability to score late. And you gotta keep eyes on if it will happen again. What is up, Kumi? we are casting this match. So welcome in. Unfortunately, the overlay doesn't work, so that is unfortunate. But if you're just tuning in, Spartan Ares trying to tie it up. They are up 2-1 in this best of 5. They're the orange team, and what a demo. They tie it up. But flop reset, the team in blue, they're trying to bring it to game 5. This is game 4 currently. They had the lead, but Spartan Ares fighting back. They're trying to seal this victory. Maybe steal this game, actually, because they've been down. Can they do it? Or does flop reset bring it to game 5? A little smoke screen there. Trying for the bump, but Holy sacrificing to get that out. And this is, I believe, a third OT out of 4 games. We're here again, and that just speaks to the competition of both of these teams. Holy just gonna try and drop one in. Imagine that's how it ends. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. But a lot of momentum has shifted in favor of the blue team flop reset. And certainly Spartan Ares don't want to give them more life. Chaotic tracking it down. There's opening here. Holy gets the pop and forcing one to miss, and tactical fake by McNutty. That's in front of net. Going down. Who's tracking it? Nutty gonna turn on this one. And an awkward touch. He actually gets it, but Chaotic could be in a rough spot, but he is bailed out. And if you are flop reset, you'd like to maintain that possession. You had the numbers. Could have had a chance to make Chaotic a little more awkward, make him panic a little bit, but instead, possession given up, and he gets an easy save. But that one is a good shot on target, bouncing around somehow, not in. And there's the answer. They had a lot of time to put this on. And where was Spartan Ares? Well, there we see a little of what happened. But game 5. Oh yeah, Bacchus. But I mean, Barrel usually works fine. You don't need Bacchus mod, but I don't know. Of course, we get into a cast and it's like, nah, we're not working. Happened like one other time. Alright, lobby reset again. Did all that work to change the map. Although, none of my overlays are working, so maybe it's a Streamlabs thing today. Because I usually have like a pro chat map, or a pro chat overlay that combines YouTube and Twitch chats. But no, you cannot join this match. It is a private match between these two teams. Chavito, what is going on? Sorry for the delay. We're casting the match, so. Alright, never mind. There. Uh-oh, we got a little substitution here. Not Flash filling in. Game 5. They unleash Flash for game 5s. That's how they do. But after the series, you could join. How's that? But we're in game 5. This is the final game. Do or die for both teams. Who's going to take this victory? We don't really need the overlay too much here, as it's one game to seal it. And that's a strong shot. Royalty on target. And what a play. What a start. You got Flop Reset, Frantic, and Blue. They are fighting back, bringing it to game 5. They were down 2 in the series. But what an effort, and gets another from a redirect. Wacy continuing on forward momentum, and Spartan Aries in a tough spot. They are down by 2, game 5. They need a lot of momentum. But all eyes, and what a play. Everything just forming. Flop Reset almost gets another one. Although, that's in front of net as well. And Spartan Aries just bottled up. Meanwhile, good spacing from Flop Reset. And they got a player forward, ready for those redirects, ready for those 50s. And almost another one. Spartan Aries, if they let a 4th drop, we might have to say it's a wrap. You don't want that one going through. Chaotic gets the challenge, but in comes Senor Brightside. A holy big pop. Can he get a touch there? Cannot. And Spartan Aries, they've barely had any offense. They're trying to form something, almost gets a goal through. But they gotta speed up, ramp up the ante. And there is a little life, not Flash, on the board. And if you're Spartan Aries, definitely a rough start, but you score with 3 minutes left. Definitely not over. Plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, have to limit the mistakes. That's gonna bounce around. Not Flash. Wants that boost. He ran out of time. Only continuing on, almost on target. Wacy. I guess technically won't get credited for the save, but he kicks it out. And that one's given up. Now leading to a pass. Not Flash. Tactical fake. Chaotic. Followed by Holy. And there we have a demo, but not exactly clearing the way. That's a strong touch. Holy trying to keep it to the corner. And now that timer starting to get inside the head. Spartan Aries well aware they gotta get a goal quickly, but can't form anything. A Flash by 1. Senor Brightside gonna get the boost. Gets the initial pop. Not Flash. There on the challenge. And big bump on the last man. Now it's gonna be not Flash who's carrying it. Maybe going the whole way. That's a big bump on the last man of Flop Reset. You see Chaotic. Right time to be a nuisance. And hold the phone. Down by 1. Spartan Aries still in this one, but that could be a chance on the corner. And Flop Reset They definitely want another goal for security. A little bit of their momentum has fizzled out, but it only takes one goal. On the other side of things, Spartan Ares, they have fought back. They've gained a little bit momentum, but time kind of running out. Down by one. Wasey is a little bit awkward, and Holy just puts it on target. Good things can happen, especially if the other team ain't ready for it. 3-3. I mean, we've had 4 OTs? Yeah, 3 OTs in this. I mean, how fitting would it be game 5 OT? What, 30 seconds left? We might not even get to OT. We're looking at any mistakes that happen here. Holy, by one. What does he do? He goes for the demo. And Chaotic thought he had a little more time. Wasey coming through with the save. Not Flash. Very awkward. A little space, and that's going to be wide. And this could be a shot opportunity. That's a nice first touch. And drop down. OT it is. Game 5. Champions Field. OT. The overlay is cooked. But who is going to take this? It could go either way. And that's what we said about the whole series. Almost every game decided by one. And what a demo. It almost led to an open net. Spartan Ares being tested. And not Flash. Kicks that one out. Lucky for him. No one at the midfield. But you can see how Spartan Ares are playing. A little bit crazy here. And they're trying not to make mistakes, but being very hesitant. And they finally kick it out. And now we have to see what happens on the defense of Flop Reset. As they haven't been pressured too much. But once again, all it takes is one goal. They're given plenty of time. Royalty just staying behind it. No boost, but let's steal that one. And drop down. Pushed up a little too far. Chaotic seals it in OT. And what a series. Just a little bit too close along the wall. Spartan Ares somehow, some way take the victory. And my goodness, what a series. That was a doozy of a series. Like I said, and I'll say it again, could have went either way. That McNutty guy whiffs a lot. Who said that? That was over on YouTube, right? But if anybody voted, someone voted. If you voted Spartan Ares, you are correct. So congrats to Spartan Ares for the victory, staying undefeated. But man, was it not easy. Give a shout out to Flop Reset Frantic for that monumental comeback and making every game very close. But Spartan Ares taking the victory, heading into playoffs. We're going to have to see what playoffs entail. But that's going to do it for this cast. Spartan Ares against Flop Reset Frantic, Week 5 of Rivalry. And thank you everyone who followed. Subscribed on YouTube, of course. Chilled, chatted, lurked, all that good stuff. It is appreciated. But we will have this recording Post it on YouTube for anybody to watch back. And thanks again for tuning in. Have a good one. Alright, that concludes that recording. We are going to start the upload process. The good news though, wisdom teeth, jaw isn't really hurting too bad, so we're getting close to good again. But this past week, like anytime I casted, I talked too much. My mouth was on fire. Jaw was sore. So that's the good news. I thought I could play after. Let me upload. Let me upload, please. We just casted. You saw us cast this whole thing. Don't worry. You will play. I will 1v1 you. And you better bring a fight. Because I'm not showing you any mercy for asking, can I join 5 million times? So I hope you're ready. And I hope you sub to the channel. Where's... Where... Oh, that's the wrong one. Alright. Grab this. Start the upload process. How do I join the tourney? There is no tourney. What? That was a official league match. That is Rivalry. They have a Discord. They have a website. You can go to therivalry.gg. You can sign a team up for the upcoming circuit. Doesn't happen till October 4th. If you want to sign up a team. Yeah, go to rivalry.gg. Therivalry.gg. Have at it. You're welcome, Holy. Quite a match displayed. I am annoyed that Barl is not working. Also, my pro chat isn't working, so I don't know if it's just like overlays in general aren't working for me. I thought you were very good in the beginning of the series. Later on the series, I can't really knock on you, but I can't say that you're really shining as you were in the beginning. But that can be all relative. Flop reset could have been playing better. You know, you as a team could have not been playing as good, so. But individually, you're definitely shining to begin the series. You were hitting, or getting all the saves and hitting some good shots too. Yeah, if you go back in my VOD, I might have, if your name begins with an M and ends with a Y, there might have been some flaming if you were on the left side when you're on offense. I don't know. You might have to, like, watch a VOD or something. There could have been something there. Yeah, go to that website, okay, guy. Go to therivalry.gg. You can see, you probably have to make an account. You can see competitions. You can see fall circuit. It says October 4th to December 21st. It says regions, and it says register right next to that. And that's how you do it. All right, Bell, what time you waking up tomorrow? Four or five? Brutal. All right, good luck tomorrow. But you're close by. Shouldn't be too bad. All right. Thanks for popping in as always. Take it easy, man. You the man.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, 'cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you. Back to.
All right. That is uploading.
Long nights can get me feeling lonely. Hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you.
C3.
I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad, bad, bad. I know that you'd be bad.
All right. Why wasn't the overlay working though? That's annoying.
Your vision, when like in my jaw just dropped, can't catch my breath. The sand in the hourglass has stopped. You light up my world in ways I can't explain. Your electricity's running through my veins. Breathing, I can't help it. I've never felt like this. Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Before you found me, I was floating among the stars. No direction till I landed in your arms. Destiny makes sense when I look in your eyes. A new force beneath
I can't figure it out.
Only you can do what you do. Only you give me that deja vu. Only you. Everything comes from nothing. Everything is something. So just let it all keep happening. Don't be mean to someone's end. It's all just beginning. Why can't we send an invitation to every end? All hands can clap, all hearts are beating equally. The pulse of the air we're breathing. We can be one more day than we can live in always. forget the things that I've been through, and I don't have the time to lay it all in front of you. And you think that you wanna save me. You don't know it, baby, why you do this? I got this under control. You think you do, but you really don't know that I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. No, I don't need a savior. You can't be my savior. I'll save myself. I'll save myself. I'll save myself.
Yeah, I got no idea. These work though, right? Nope. That's annoying. Everything is messing up. Yeah, pretty weird. No alerts, no overlays are working at all.
making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Anybody subbed on YouTube in the tourney, let me know if you want to be spectated. What's up, Aso? What you been up to? Is this one cooked? I'd say maybe. You. What a tourney. got the recording going for YouTube. If you want to support, make sure to follow the channel. But we got these rivalry teams ready to face off in week 5. So let's see if both teams are ready. Of course, though, the overlay is not working. You can't win with this stuff. But we're gonna have to just do without the overlay. It was working earlier. But welcome into this rivalry match between Spartan Aries in orange and Flop Reset Frantic in blue. This is week number 5, last week before the playoffs. And Pinch just out. Holy there on defense. But Royalty gets the 50. Wasey almost scores, and Holy showing some good defense to start. But now McNutty trying to control, gets the touch. It's dropped out, and Holy containing the midfield. Nice pass. Chaotic kind of gets under it, and now Holy going to be tested again, although he's got to go backwards. A drop down. Holy is looking to be man of the hour. Holy continues on, gets the goal. He's playing defense, offense a little bit here and there, and so far looking good as he puts Spartan Aries up by 1. Got the pop, touch, Chaotic can't find the net, neither can McNutty. They are content with hitting the same spot on the backboard. Now Wasey trying to clear it. They're trying to get a little breathing room. They also are down by 1, but being threatened on another possible goal. But kicked out. Now Royalty trying to move it forward. They just can't find any footing. Tough to clear it. Tough to get an opportunity for offense. So far, good spacing from Spartan Aries. But trying to cut through. McNutty keeping it in play. Only can't get a demo or a touch on that one. Nice block. Senor Brightside is there, and maybe a little momentum that is needed through pure force, and he's hunting as well. And this could actually open things up, but that kind of fizzled out, and Holy has the easy save. Holy redirect at midfield. And what is up, Lucas? Welcome to this casted match of rivalry between Spartan Aries and Flop Reset. Spartan Aries in orange, Flop Reset in blue. Our overlays just stopped working for a time. We'll have to see if we can fix it. But big demos coming out. Only a 1 score difference. Right side. Knocking on the door. This almost goes through. And despite a lot of pressure from Spartan Aries, Senor Brightside ties it up, and they continue fighting. And goes to show you, He could still be in a match, still contend. It might have been one-sided, but they held tough, only giving 1 goal. So we are tied 1-1 at 110. And might add another. Just bounces around. Only has another save to his credit. Backboard, good pass. Just no one there. 51 seconds left. McNutty gets a piece. Holy keeps it to the corner, and that's a big demo on the backside. McNutty can't get a touch there. And now they're trying to clear it. Big pop, but even better. So Senor Brightside has really done good for his team. And it's usually the one leading the charge. And we expect to see his name quite often. And especially if his team still win this one, they're gonna have to rally behind him. But 1 apiece. Are we going to OT? Big clear. Might be a shot chance. That's gonna drop down. So game 1, OT. Chaotic. Can't get a touch there. They're trying to clear it out. Holy. That's gonna drop low for Wasey. Who now could possibly get the double. McNutty was in a rough spot. Instead, we're going the other way. And eye up. Right side. Able to follow through. We got 50s in the corner. Holy strong touch upward. And it hits the ceiling 5,000 times. Almost led to a shot. But solid defense from both of these teams. Is there a breakthrough? Royalty with the save. Now, Holy, by 1, by 2, might have an open net. He rips it too strong. Put a little too much heat on that, but luckily he's got McNutty following through and seals the deal in OT. Alright, we gotta figure out why Barrel isn't working. Alright, so we gotta I don't know why it's not working, but Barrel was working earlier today and just seemingly said nah. Yeah, that defense is crazy. I don't know. If I join back, does it give someone else like permission to change the map, or will I still have control? That's the question. But I don't know, so annoying that Borrow is not working. It was working earlier, literally. Well, just someone has to change it. Right. I don't know. We could see All right. Wait, it's not. Yeah, Barl just doesn't want to work today. I don't know. So we just continue on, I guess. Kind of syncs with the without the overlay, but what can you do when it doesn't want to work? But what a shot. Chaotic firing first, and just mention to anyone, Spartan Aries up 1 in the series. We do have Barl. It's just on its own time frame here, but we can still spectate. We still got a match here, and Chaotic down to Holy, who's going for the bump, not ready for the pass. But keeping it to the corner. Now trying to clear it. And in comes Chaotic, almost sneaking that goal through. A lot of pressure from Spartan Aries. Seemingly got a jump start from that game 1 victory in OT, as they've come out swinging. But we've seen good defense from both teams. And flop reset. A team in blue, they have provided good defense as well. They've hung tough, even when being pelted with shots. And you just can't count them out. They're down by 1, but all they need is one opportunity to tie it up. I can't 1v1 you right now. Maybe later if you follow the channel. But we are casting this match of rivalry. We got 2 teams here in a best of 5. Spartan Aries up 1 in the series. McNutty flipping or flicking, but he might have an open net. Trying for the fake. Perhaps thought about it too much. And there comes a shot. And we gotta quickly check. I got 3 saves from blue side. But we do talk about defense, and here's an opportunity, almost scoring. And how they do it. They survive the onslaught, but make the most of their opportunities. And it's a similar game from game 1, where Spartan Aries definitely put forth quite the effort, quite the offense, but then they let a goal through, and here is a similar stance. And you gotta give credit to flop reset. They do make the most of their opportunities on offense. So at 2 minutes, we are tied 1 apiece. But nice pass, although I see going for bumps, not ready for a pass. McNutty by 1, only 50, and demo would have been clutch there as Chaotic waiting. But touch, and Wasey almost gets that redirect to throw everyone off. A minute 30, and could go either way. Both teams hunting for that next goal. That's 50'd out as Chaotic venturing back. But this could be an opportunity. They have good positioning. Royalty Just keeping it. Now McNutty gains possession. And 50 around. But now we're seeing positioning a little messed up for both teams. They're playing a little too close. Not ready to follow those 50s. And that is the result. Played too close off. You can't follow. Chaotic to Holy, who probably didn't want that one, but didn't have a choice. And big 50, Senor Brightside off the backboard. And Royalty looking for an answer, almost finds it. It was almost the goal you thought. But instead, do we have another OT? Chaotic! And what a shot. 5 seconds left. Oh. That might have sealed this. What we're doing right now is a casted match between these two official teams. We got Spartan Aries in orange, Flop Reset, Frantic in blue. Flop Reset. They're trying a little magic to tie it up, but Spartan Aries, they get that clutch goal. 5 seconds left. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, but they're not gonna do it in time. There's no way. Yeah. All right. Game 3 is here, and Spartan Aries, they are up 2, and it's not updating for me on my manual end, but Spartan Aries up 2 in the series. It's 2-0. I know you can't see the overlay, but they're in a best of 5, so match point. They win this, they seal the series. Meanwhile, Flop Reset in a must-win situation. They need a good start. Can they get it? Nice pop. Almost there. But that's going to be an open net. And Chaotic going to take full advantage. Happy to get that start. And just makes it that much tougher. Alright. Well, they agreed, so we're backing out. At least I'll get control. But I mean, credit to Spartan Aries, their team sports. Technically, they could just keep playing because goal was already scored after 15 seconds. Or is it even any seconds? I think as soon as someone DCs. Alright, let's clear it up in big sportsmanship. 0 apiece. And hopefully we're all good to go. DCs suck. Never fun. But there's the true spirit of Rocket League. And once again, this is week number 5, so before the playoffs. Spartan Aries are undefeated, and that's certainly a big reason to play, but even more credit to them being sports. And that's what the league is all about, getting better, having fun. But Spartan Aries take the first goal. And that's a high bouncer. And your bright side. Punting around, gets a bump. Big 50 going out. Chaotic somehow able to fly in the air. Hang with it. Chaotic on target. Wasey there for the save. And dropped in front of net. But flop reset down by 1. They gotta muster everything. Can they do it? Well, that's going all the way back. Wasey is gonna opt not to collect boost. Staying with it. Ball over boost. You gotta respect the decision. Holy. Good pass midfield. That's chipped away. Royalty trying to clear it out. Holy doing a good job in the corner. Although Chaotic, what the heck was that? He reverses and almost gives up possession into a goal. And does make the save to kind of make up for things. Here comes Royalty. You thought Royalty was dead. Inside jokes. Nothing against them. But Holy gets the touch to the side. And Chaotic is gonna be just wide. And it's gonna bounce around ping pong. And McNutty has the angle from the left side. And halftime is here. And Spartan Aries looking good in command. For overlay purposes, it is 2-0 Spartan Aries, the team in orange. In game and in the series. Chaotic turning on this one. McNutty gets a touch, but that's almost a goal. Somehow Holy answers the call again on defense. Has been absolutely clutch with the saves. Pass and McNutty full intention, no boost. We saw a flip reset right right there, bouncing off each other. McNutty on a weird wide angle as he floats in the air. Well, he can't get a touch, but he's given a second chance. And 50 and around. You know, our bright side can't get a touch. This should be a shot. But McKnight opting to play safe. That's going down. Wasey might have a pass. And instead he just 50s the hell out of it. Wasey. Very much needed goal on a crazy angle. But now lead dropped to 1. Can they find a little more magic? But Holy hanging around in front of net, almost drops it through. Chaotic with the fake challenge. And a high pop actually on target. But to the sky and no one's there. But it leads to a goal and hold the phone. Senor Brightside ties it up. Spartan Aries in a little trouble here. Although these games have been very close. If Flop Reset can turn the tide, get a win, you never know, because it could have been in their favor. It's bouncing around.
This is chalk.
This is chalk, but Chaotic finally puts it through, and another late goal. The previous match, they scored with 5 seconds left to steal the game before OT, and seeing a little more magic here. But we're looking at Flop Reset and Blue. 10 seconds. Can they tie it up? They're putting some pressure. They send the house, and that's actually in. Royalty, how does he do it? They gave it all. Royalty actually scores, even though he looks like he's about to save it. And OT is here. Just kidding. Maybe, perhaps. There's a bump. Kept alive. That's gonna die. Oh, it almost goes in. But Royalty definitely clearing it, but it's still up. Hold your breath. You might die. That's actually still up. And OT is here. 3-3. OT again. McNutty to the ceiling. Will this be a different result for Flop Reset? They are battling out here, giving it all. These games have been so close, only decided by 1. It could easily be a different story as Wasey scores an OT and they get a win. They are still alive. And what a comeback. They were down 2 in the game as well. But I got permission. Change the maps now. I'm in command. Although we still don't have an overlay. Alright, so it's 2-1. I'll manually do that. And that's that. We can't even manually put it up. That's just chalked. Alright, what is this custom? Alright, ignore that. That overlay is terrible. Alright. So, the series score, we'll keep reminding you guys. Series score, it is Spartan Aries 2, Flop Reset Frantic 1, in a best of 5. So, Flop Reset, Team in Blue, they are trying to tie it up, bring it to game 5 as we're in game 4. Can they do it, or does it go to a victory for Spartan Aries? And we saw a little momentum shift. This is an open net and shot through. AC starting the scoring off right, and what a shift. They have gained confidence from a win, and now they're up by 1. Holy. Double down into the net from a little help from Royalty on the other side, but how could he predict? What a shot from Holy. And it was very hot in the beginning of the series. Fizzled a little bit, but there you see a little more magic from Holy. And when his team needed him, but Royalty is there, and Royalty has stepped up big in the series as well, helping to contribute a game win and staying alive. And so far right now, giving that lead back to Flop Reset. McNutty, what a touch. He's ripping that. It's a little too far. And you kind of wonder, Chaotic downfield, getting the bump. Should McNutty have controlled that one? Or just put it on target would help. But what a touch, and Holy, he's going to step pad that save, although looked like it was in. He's there at the last second. Chaotic getting bumped. He thought he had that all day. Instead, had a random team or random opposing member in his way. And we're seeing a little bit sloppy play from both sides. This is where the mistakes come out. Who can be consistent? Mr. Brightside rips that, and it's bar in. You can't get a better shot than that. And up by 2. Flop Reset. Gaining a whole lot of momentum, a whole lot of confidence. They want to bring it to game 5. And gotta say, what an effort they provided. But McNutty on the left side, just get him away from the left side. Holy smokes. He had another chance to score, and somehow he does not. And they need something here, down by 2. But big challenge. Senor Brightside might have it, but that's gonna get kicked out. Royalty moving forward, just waiting. He's running out of time. He wants that boost. And off to the side. Gonna stay in that corner for the last minute. Flop Reset looking for something that's actually open. And Chaotic able to do it because Chaotic's on the left side. But 3-2. This one is not over just yet. Spartan Aries, they were able to get a counter goal. Chaotic, that's going to be a little too wide. They're trying to tie it up. We see a little momentum shift. Well, that's going to bounce around. And missed opportunity. Could have been a goal for Flop Reset to seal this game. They need to win this game. But instead, it's only a 1-score difference. And you can't sleep on Spartan Aries in the last minute. They've had the ability to score late. And you gotta keep eyes on if it will happen again. What is up, Kumi? We are casting this match. So welcome in. Unfortunately, the overlay doesn't work, so that is unfortunate. But if you're just tuning in, Spartan Aries trying to tie it up. They are up 2-1 in this best of 5. They're the orange team, and what a demo. They tie it up. But Flop Reset, the team in blue, they're trying to bring it to game 5. This is game 4 currently. They had the lead, but Spartan Aries fighting back. They're trying to seal this victory. Maybe steal this game, actually, because they've been down. Can they do it? Or does Flop Reset bring it to game 5? A little smoke screen there. Trying for the bump, but Holy sacrificing to get that out. And this is, I believe, a third OT out of 4 games. We're here again, and that just speaks to the competition of both of these teams. Holy just gonna try and drop one in. Imagine that's how it ends. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that. But a lot of momentum has shifted in favor of the blue team. Flop Reset. And certainly Spartan Aries don't want to give them more life. Chaotic tracking it down. There's opening here. Holy gets the pop and forcing one to miss, and tactical fake by McNutty. That's in front of net. Going down. Who's tracking it? Nutty gonna turn on this one. And an awkward touch. He actually gets it, but Chaotic could be in a rough spot, but he is bailed out. And if you are Flop Reset, you'd like to maintain that possession. You had the numbers, could have had a chance to make Chaotic a little more awkward, make him panic a little bit, but instead, possession given up, and he gets an easy save. But that one is a good shot on target, bouncing around somehow, not in. And there's the answer. They had a lot of time to put this on. And where was Spartan Aries? Well, there we see a little of what happened. But game 5. Oh, yeah, Bacchus. But I mean, Barrel usually works fine. You don't need Bacchus mod, but I don't know. Of course, we get into a cast and it's like, nah, we're not working. Happened like one other time. Alright, lobby reset again. Did all that work to change the map. Although, none of my overlays are working, so maybe it's a Streamlabs thing today. Because I usually have like a Pro Chat map, or a Pro Chat overlay that combines YouTube and Twitch chats. But no, you cannot join this match. It is a private match between these two teams. Chavito, what is going on? Sorry for the delay. We're casting the match, so. Alright, never mind. There. Uh-oh, we got a little substitution here. Not Flash filling in. Game 5. They unleash Flash for game 5s. That's how they do. But after the series, you could join. How's that? But we're in game 5. This is the final game. Do or die for both teams. Who's gonna take this victory? we don't really need the overlay too much here, as it's one game to seal it, and that's a strong shot. Royalty on target, and what a play, what a start. You got flop reset, frantic in blue. They are fighting back, bringing it to game 5. They were down 2 in the series, but what an effort, and gets another from a redirect. Wasey continuing on forward momentum, and Spartan Aries in a tough spot. They are down by 2, game 5. They need a lot of momentum, but all eyes, and what a play. Everything just forming. Flop reset almost gets another one, although that's in front of net as well, and Spartan Aries just bottled up. Meanwhile, good spacing from flop reset, and they got a player forward, ready for those redirects, ready for those 50s. And almost another one. Spartan Aries, if they let a 4th drop, we might have to say it's a wrap. You don't want that one going through. Chaotic gets the challenge, but in comes Senor Brightside. A holy big pop. Can he get a touch there? Cannot. And Spartan Aries, they've barely had any offense. They're trying to form something, almost gets a goal through. But they gotta speed up, ramp up the ante. And there is a little life, not flash, on the board. And if you're Spartan Aries, definitely a rough start, but you score with 3 minutes left. Definitely not over. Plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, have to limit the mistakes. That's gonna bounce around. Not flash. Wants that boost. He ran out of time. Only continuing on, almost on target. Wasey, I guess technically won't get credited for the save, but he kicks it out. And that one's given up. Now leading to a pass. Not flash. Tactical fake. Chaotic. Followed by Holy. And there we have a demo, but not exactly clearing the way. That's a strong touch. Holy trying to keep it to the corner. And now that timer starting to get inside the head. Spartan Aries well aware they gotta get a goal quickly, but can't form anything. A flash by 1. Senor Brightside gonna get the boost. Gets the initial pop. Not flash. There on the challenge. And big bump on the last man. Now it's gonna be not flash who's carrying it. Maybe going the whole way. That's a big bump on the last man of flop reset. You see Chaotic. Right time to be a nuisance. And hold the phone. Down by 1. Spartan Aries still in this one, but that could be a chance on the corner. And flop reset. They definitely want another goal for security. A little bit of their momentum has fizzled out, but it only takes 1 goal. On the other side of things, Spartan Aries, they have fought back. They've gained a little bit momentum, but time kind of running out. Down by 1. Wasey is a little bit awkward, and Holy just puts it on target. Good things can happen, especially if the other team ain't ready for it. 3-3. I mean, we've had 4 OTs. Yeah, 3 OTs in this. I mean, how fitting would it be game 5 OT? What, 30 seconds left? We might not even get to OT. We're looking at any mistakes that happen here. Holy, by 1. What does he do? He goes for the demo. And Chaotic thought he had a little more time. Wasey coming through with the save. Not flash. Very awkward. A little space, and that's going to be wide. And this could be a shot opportunity. That's a nice first touch. And drop down. OT it is. Game 5, Champions Field, OT. The overlay is cooked. But who is going to take this? It could go either way, and that's what we said about the whole series. Almost every game decided by 1, and what a demo. It almost led to an open net. Spartan Aries being tested, and not Flash kicks that one out. Lucky for him, no one at the midfield. But you can see how Spartan Aries are playing a little bit crazy here. And they're trying not to make mistakes, but being very hesitant. And they finally kick it out. And now we have to see what happens on the defense of Flop Reset. As they haven't been pressured too much. But once again, all it takes is 1 goal. They're given plenty of time. Royalty just staying behind it. No boost, but steal that one. And drop down. Pushed up a little too far. Chaotic seals it in OT. And what a series. Just a little bit too close along the wall. Spartan Aries somehow, some way take the victory. And my goodness, what a series. That was a doozy of a series. Like I said, and I'll say it again, could have went either way. That McNutty guy whiffs a lot. Who said that? That was over on YouTube, right? But if anybody voted, someone voted. If you voted Spartan Aries, you are correct. So congrats to Spartan Aries for the victory, staying undefeated. But man, was it not easy. Give a shout out to Flop Reset Frantic for that monumental comeback and making every game very close. But Spartan Aries taking the victory, heading into playoffs. We're going to have to see what playoffs entail. But that's going to do it for this cast. Spartan Aries against Flop Reset Frantic, week 5 of Rivalry. And thank you everyone who followed, subscribed on YouTube, of course, chilled, chatted, lurked, all that good stuff. It is appreciated. But we'll have this recording posted on YouTube for anybody to watch back. And thanks again for tuning in. Have a good one. Let's record. Pause the music. So yeah, we got a recording for YouTube. We'll have the VOD up if you want to show some support. Follow would be very generous and very much appreciated. But on to this match. Let's check to see if everybody is good. I know that was a stumper of a question. All right, we are ready to tune into this one. Serenix League 3v3 of the Contender Division. And we already got a quick score from Bolts over on Soul Thieves. Not wasting too much time. What a shot. Hits the flip and extra touch. But as we were saying, this is the Contender Division. It is 13-15 to 1574. And we've made it to week number 4. We got an undefeated team in Spartan Storm versus Soul Thieves, who are 3-1. Although, you're never sure how that one defeat goes, whether it was a forfeit or whatnot. But so far, Soul Thieves looking strong, have a 1-goal lead. And that's an awkward ball. Gravy Monster gonna get to it. And that's in front of net. A lot of space in between. Gravy blasting it down. Almost has the extra touch, and that's another strong touch too high. And perhaps a missed opportunity for Spartan Storm to tie it up. But here they come, and some bumping happening. But Soul Thieves, they're able to recover. And Boss, he gets a touch. That's gonna come to mid. And an awkward touch from Gravy. Probably wants that one back. Bolts able to get the flick, but a little bit shaky on defense. Spartan Storm. Gravy, good control, blast it. An even better save from Dreaming Nerd. And it almost looked like momentum was shifting to tie it up. But double commit. Bolts can't get a touch. Continuing on. And that's a 50. Almost off the backboard. But now Bolts can control and go for the demo. Nice shot from Slez. Although that feels weird. We know him as Sleazy. We're going to call him Sleazy. But Muffin, aka Boss, in a rough spot. He does make the most of it on defense, surviving that. But still only a 1-score difference. Gravy challenging. That's going to be wide. He can take that boost in the corner. But us in an awkward spot. Initial touch. That's going to be kicked out by Gravy Monster. And still looking for their first score. That's a little bit low, but almost a follow-up. Now Bolts, who's shown good control, wants to make the most of a possession. We'll also see some bump attempts as well. Gravy up. And that's going to be tough to work with. Sleazy able to push it forward. But all the way back. Gotta reset yet again. They're looking for that tying score. Can they get it? Gravy challenging in the corner. Dreaming Nerd gets it by. And what a pinch. Going to the other side. That bot got deleted and Gravy able to catch at the end there. But holding on to that 1-goal lead, Soul Thieves. Could it end with just 1 goal? A slight touch back and forth. High. And some demos coming out as well. Gravy trying to turn on this. Well, Boss using the wall. Sleazy ventures through. And they're close, knocking on the door, but numbers for Soul Thieves, they're recovering. They're in position. And holding tough on this defensive end. 8 seconds left. High touch. That's dropped down to Sleazy, who gets deleted. And Gravy able to get a pop. Well, that is going to go down. Soul Thieves take the first game on a low-scoring affair. 1 goal, and it was a special goal at that, but they stuck with it and held on. Whoa, I don't want don't want that map. All right. We're gonna remake it. Let's see. All right, into game 2 on Forbidden Temple. And we're gonna see how this one transpires. Soul Thieves take the first game. But Spartan Storm trying to get on the board as well as tie up the series. Oh God, gets a touch. It's gonna bounce around. Boss, initial touch. And that's blasted over. Gravy dropping it down. And that's a big touch going back. And Bot got able to get it through. And when we look back, that double commit, a little bit costly. And tough as third man. Had to make a choice. Bolts dropping it down. Now Boss all the way down to Gravy, who almost has a touch. And he's there again. Somehow Bolt's able to get that block. Bolts pops it up. Boss, initial touch. Now back to Gravy, who's on the backboard, has to control does a good job. Gets a little help. But now stuck in an awkward spot. Big demo from Sleazy. Eliminating bolts. That is their front man to set something up, but big 50 almost going through. Now bolts on the side, trapping. And boss a little bit awkward. Does have Gravy to challenge. And Spartan Storm, we're still looking upon seeing if they could get their first goal here. Lazy wasn't quite expecting to be able to follow so quickly. There's no touch given and a risky back pass. Bot God. He's trying to feed it mid. Maybe Nerd. Does not have another. Now Gravy coming through. But we are at halftime. Another one score affair. Gravy can't continue on. All right, that's going to be blasted a little bit too high. Maybe trying to keep it in play. Sleazy. Good touch, keeping it in the corner. Gravy coming through. And Boss taking his time, trying to dribble, trying to move that boat of a car. Almost finds the gap. Gravy can't get it in there. And as we watch upon that defense of Soul Thieves, they're just comfortable back on defense. And Spartan Storm can't find an opening. Gravy moving forward. That's in front of net. But Boss by one, but gets cut off, and Bot got in a good spot. Almost puts it through on a simple touch. Gravy weaving through, but it's running out of steam. And there's bolts. It's 50'd out. And what a touch. Bolts getting it out. Under 30 seconds, do we have another one goal winner here? And also, Spartan Storm limiting bolts in this one. And finally, Gravy Monster has the tying goal. We are tied one apiece. 18 seconds. Maybe OT. Boss going to the ceiling. Trying to get the block. Bot God keeping it wide. Sleaze. A little bit awkward, and they almost set it up for the mid. But that's a heck of a pinch. It might just end there. And Sleazy able to come from the top. And OT. That's going to bounce around. Bolts. Gets a touch to the side. Sleazy. Moving forward. Might try to center this mid. A nice pop from Gravy, but too much separation means easy challenge. And Sleazy to himself. Bouncing around. Almost has the opening. But Boss quick. Gets the 50. 50'd up, and Sleaze a tough draw over there. Kind of acting as third. That is a tough task. Gotta keep the pressure, but not give up a goal. And Bot God almost peaks there. Midfield, a battle. That's tough to work with, Sleazy. Going high, bot god. What a 50 and no one to follow through. Bot god is just asking for a clip here. Sleazy, no boost, trying to move it on. And dropping down. Gravy trying to get there. Sleazy in a tough spot. But they got a little bit of time. No follow through. Bolts almost has that lined up. You can see. Ready to strike. Demo in the backfield. Will that loosen up that offensive attack? Sleazy popping it. And Boss, an unfortunate touch. And Sleazy taking time. That is something that plagues Soul Thieves. They've had opportunities if they could follow up quickly, but there's no follow-up. Allows Spartan Storm to recover, reset. But 2 minutes into OT, Gravy, too strong of a shot. That's going to be tough to track down from the side. But Demo coming out. Boss, who's shown control. That's a big clear. And tough to not make a mistake here. You don't want to make a mistake in your own half, as that will end things. Big 50. And Sleazy comes down with it. But they're playing close together. It might be a problem. Gravy moving it on. And Boss gonna be tested on defense. Low boost. Making the most of it. Gravy coming through just in time as Sleazy had low boost. But dropped in front of net. Almost the chance for Spartan Storm. Boss backwards. It's gonna spell trouble. It's bumped off of it. That's possession given up, but too low. Dreaming is there. Good cutout by Sleazy, and they're inching. They're close, but Gravy can't get a touch there. And all of them in front of net. That's something we also talked about. Limited on demos, so Soul Thieves are more than comfortable on defense. But can't get a touch there, and we're almost at a full game of OT. Bouncing around, and no one able to follow through. That was a tough one to touch. Bot God. And that's dropped down. Could spell trouble, but not strong enough. Gravy can't get the touch, and nobody can get the touch right now. Bolts trying to carry it on. Bot God, who's got 9 shots. Certainly plethora of offense. Gravy, what a block, but quick follow through. Now Sleazy gonna control. He absorbs the 50. 2 of them go, and now Muffin, Boss, and Awkward. Gravy just stopping in front. You have to take account. Is he gonna get a redirect? And it looks so close, and that millisecond will pause the defense. And virtually looking like he'd actually get a touch, instead he didn't. But that is OT game 2. What a match. Wonder if everyone's tired after that one. MJ, Did your cat really die? That's heartbreaking if so, man. I've been there. I'm sorry to hear that, MJ. That sucks. And definitely sucks to go through. What a shot. Boss, bar in. Maybe things have changed on their offensive end. Yeah, MJ. I feel for you. Really do. We love our pets, and it's tough when they go. Well, at least you kind of had knowing. I've been surprised, and that is not fun. Gravy with the catch and the flick, and now Spartan Storm cruising a bit here. They were struggling to score, and they finally had plenty of gameplay to work through it. A lot of time in the OT, and now venturing through, and they got 3 quick ones. And starting to look scary. Spartan Storm had it all bottled up. Now it's unleashed. Although that one's a little too high. Could have been another one. But if you're Soul Thieves, the good news, it's very early in the match, and they could almost get one. Gonna be denied though. But there's another shot. And now Soul Thieves kind of waking up here. And get a goal here and there, but Gravy Monster continuing on, and that's a big goal. We saw momentum almost start to shift for Soul Thieves. And like I said, sometimes when a lot of goals are scored early on, a team might lose focus. You could come back. But now it's 4 up. Bolt's gonna be denied from Boss. And almost has that lined up. That corner is working well for Spartan Storm. But that's gonna be just wide, and Bolts can't get the first goal for Soul Thieves. Although that one's ripped on, and Bakad credited with the goal. And they're finally on the board, but gotta say, the last minute or so, Soul Thieves have had plenty of offense. So if they could continue on that pace, they might have a chance to come back. But definitely a big hill to climb. Although Boss almost gives up possession right in front of net. Like we said, we've seen Boss opts to go for possession game, but sometimes you possess in front of your net, could be a problem. That's a good pass in midfield, just no one there. Gravy down, and one's gonna be cleared. Sleazy back, and wrong time to challenge. Bolts capitalizing, and we're seeing a little bit of life for Soul Thieves. This is what happens. Score too much too early. And they still got plenty of time left to play. I mean, if they get another, that's pure momentum. But then no one goes for that as they split apart. Bolts to the midfield. Oh God, can't get that one, but Bolts Almost has a chance. But he's gonna let that one fall. Ravy can't get a touch there. Now Bolt's gonna try and do their thing. But gonna fizzle out yet again. Now Sleazy trying to get that 50, but ran out of time. And a little team bump in there. We saw that. But that's an awkward ball, or is it? Luckily, Sleazy has the clear. A dreaming nerd. Trying to move it on. And that's going to be backboard. Baka gets initial touch. And that's 50 in front. Dreaming. Trying to clear it to Baka. Causing 2. And now Bolts. No boost. Rough spot. Ravy. Missed opportunity, but Sleazy is there. And like we pointed out, the boost dominance over there. Bolts on a rough spot. No boost as it's coming back. And that was just a pure case of offensive pressure with boost superiority. That one's almost going through. 5-2. Bolts trying to get a long one. Awkward miscue. What a pinch. That's gonna hang in front of net. That's Sleazy. He's taking command with the control. Bot God beats out, and once again, they are winning those 50 battles or those challenge battles with third man. Uh, 5-3. If Soul Thieves could get a quick kickoff goal, but that does not seem to be happening. More time ticking away. Now, barring some quick mistakes. It should be Spartan Storm taking this one. Yeah. I'm casting right before the match. Yeah, that's how it goes. Who needs a warm-up? I'm just the sub here. Oh my god, that bounces around. But Spartan Storm had an early start, kind of fizzled, but hung on, and they take the victory. Now they're up 2-1. All right, we're going to game 4. If I can find it. All right, there we go. You might have to refresh. On my end, the title is correct. And what a start to game 4. That is how you start right. Dreaming Nerd gets the double. Alright, good to know, Belb. Sometimes it messes up though. Sometimes I swear I save it and it doesn't update. Sometimes there's a problem and it fails. So I'd rather someone mention it and make sure. Sleazy might add an open net. That's going to be wide though. And Bolts gets it by. And Soul Thieves definitely waking up in this one. They have of similar nature the previous game. Just roles reversed. They're coming out swinging. A lot of offense on their end. And we might have a game 5 at this rate. Gravy. Can't get the extra touch. Let's bounce around. Boss gonna try and track this down. Gets lost around. Gravy by 1. That's midfield, but caught up by Bolts, who shown good control and given another opportunity. Yeah, I don't want Bolts to take control. One-on-one situation. Taking full advantage. But 3 up for Soul Thieves. Might add another big beat. And Bolts trying to lock that 4th goal in. Might just do that. Well, that's going to bounce just shy. There was an opportunity there. But these games have been crazy. I mean, just the previous one, Spartan Storm well in command, and now we see Soul Thieves well in command, so really is a toss-up who's gonna take this series. And that's on target, but nice save. Boss is there. Bolts has 5 shots and 2 goals in this one. And definitely not going to be a good time letting Soul Thieves offensive leader have his day. Still can't find the crack, but Bot God can, has the redirect, and everything's working for Soul Thieves. And just when they need it too. They are trying to bring it to game 5. Looking good so far. Oh, add another. What a shot. Too strong. And Bolt's cutting that one off and applying the offense. Now, Soul Thieves up by 5, and Spartan Storm, they had some droughts of offense. This one continues, and a rough spot too. Not able to get any scoring going. Didn't have much time to get it going either, with how much pressure has been created. But down to 1 minute left remaining. Gravy, high ball, too strong. No one could get a touch. Sleazy there. And can't follow through. And something Soul Thieves doing so well indifference. Those possession games, they are maintaining good possession. This one always almost falls through from a good 50. And that demo actually prevents another goal going through. 5 seconds left. Last ditch effort. And now to the drawing board. We got game 5 coming up. Spartan Storm, Soul Thieves. Who takes it? We've seen both teams shine in different points. But Champions Field, double check, make sure it's good. It is the most important map. I was about to say, bruh. But game 5 is here. Champions Field is also here. And comes down to this last one, and Gravy gonna start the scoring early. They'll gladly take it after being shut out the previous one. But a little miscue there. And Spartan Storm able to capitalize. But just goes to show you how consistency is tough and games could be vastly different. And that's gonna bounce out. Sleazy on the back end. It's creeping up, gets the touch. Loss. That's gonna be a light touch. Now, a lot of demos coming out too. Bot God pops it up. A big bump on Bolts, who might have had that one lined up, but in front of net, a little too much space for Soul Thieves, as they're not able to follow that one. Now, Loss taking control, gets bumped off, or so you thought, from his own teammate. That's too much. Can't work with that one. Now Gravy coming through, waiting for a mistake, but dreaming. He's on the backboard. And Bot God, nice touch. That's dropped down, almost working beautifully, but not gonna fall into a goal. Bot God wants some more. Sleazy not taking any chances, sends it on the challenge, and why not when you have teammates everywhere? But what a recovery from Gravy Monster. You'd see him turn his car to the right angle, and he actually gets bumped, but using that flip. Good awareness from Gravy. That's gonna pinch out. Gravy by one. And can he get another? No, he can't. Gravy almost getting that bump. That would have opened things up, but Boss has to get back. He does. 3 minutes to go. Now Gravy is there. That's Sleazy. That's dropped down. Off. Down. And Gravy can't continue on, but Sleazy almost actually has a touch. And a little miscue right there. You see Gravy challenging, heading back. That one should have been left for Boss. And almost caused some problems there. And a double commit, but they're in net, not ready. And Spartan Storm, a little bit awkward here. And they gotta lock in here. Spartan Storm, they're up by 2, now down by 1, but they have those moments of miscues, and there's another. And now tied up 2 apiece. And they gotta stop shooting themselves in the foot. But Soul Thieves, they're taking full advantage. They tie it up. Especially a game they were down by 2 in Champions Field, on Champions Field in Game 5. And now Spartan Storm lose a little momentum, and they get it back. Dreaming to Bolts, who pops it high. And 2 people going for it, but Dreaming Nerd able to get a touch there. Sleazy can get a touch as he steals boost. That's a good play, and going for bumps, but it's gonna leave a big task for the third man. And that's the risk you take. Pushed up too much for a demo. Gravy gonna be denied. Bot God has that one cleared. And another double commit. Boss almost getting that redirect, and we're coming down to the wire here. 2-2. Bot God gonna sneak through. You gotta be careful. You see that player floating. And tactical fake. And that's a lane cleared in the midfield. But now lose a bit of their lead here. Boss on target, but Dreaming is there. And once again, they gotta clear that way on defense. Gravy midfield, that's gonna be denied. And Sleazy coming through. Do we have a tie shot? We do. Boss maintaining pressure. And 3-3. And if you're just tuning in, there was an OT earlier in the series that went basically 5 minutes. So, question is if we're gonna have another of those, or does it end before OT? But Dreaming gonna make things awkward. Boss, big clear. Bot God is there, gonna get a touch. Gravy is, and Boss a little bit awkward there. That's pinched out to the side. Gravy trying to catch it. Midfield could be a last shot. Sleazy rips it on. What a shot. And that's the moment of truth. You see it bounce around. No one's able to get there. And midfield, it's up for grabs. And 5 seconds. We're looking at this kickoff. Soul Thieves, what do you got in store? And it's just a 4-player commit. But Bolts pops it up. And that's going to be dropped down. What a finale. That is quite the series and quite the ending. Big shout out to Soul Thieves and their appreciation. Always could use the support, and it makes it that much better. But good sportsmanship. out of Soul Thieves. But if you chose Spartan Storm, you are correct. So congrats to Spartan Storm taking the victory in the end. But it went the full 5 games. And that is gonna do it. Nobody predicted yet. Well, fair enough. That's how it goes. But yeah, anybody who watched, tuned in, alerts, chatted, all that good stuff, thank you so much. Anybody who follow on YouTube, you're a legend. But we will have that posted later. But we do not have much time. So we gotta go play a match real quick. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this recording. So if you want to watch it back, it'll be uploaded later on YouTube. Thanks again. Yeah, well, we don't even have time anyways. They're just jumping in immediately. I didn't even finish writing the fucking the wording here. Guess I shouldn't have made it until I was completely ready. Should know better. Well, they ain't gonna play by play until I fix this. Well, hopefully you got your predictions in. I think there's 1 more minute to do so. But we have our first goal. Cretan on the board. But welcome in, everyone. A little bit delayed. But you know how players are. They just jump in, don't even care. Figure lobby's up, everything's good. But this is Serenix League 3v3 of the Elite Division. That's 1575 to 1862. And this is week 5. Both these teams undefeated, 4-0. Trying to keep that streak alive. It's also a best of 5. We're only in game 1. Only 1 goal shown so far. That's going to be dropped off. A big bump. Nez, kind of a rough touch, but that's going in. And nice way cleared from Emibert. Nez actually saved it. Little did Reset Esports Blue know. That would have been something. But Cretan attacking, pops that one up. Low boost. Emibert can't quite get the angle. Neither can Nez, as they're trapping the corners. But Emibert flick and quick on the draw. Cretan adds in another one, and they definitely got their warm-up in. They are looking quick. And Reset Esports Blue almost lets another one fall through, but need to get on the board. They need some sign of life, and there it is. You ask and you shall receive. As Reset Esports Blue now able to get that one off their back. perhaps can continue to add the offense, but big space given. Cretan almost slots that bar in. Nez is going to actually venture back. Cretan can't get a touch there. And that is on target with Emibert having to make the save. That big demo in the backfield. Almost thought we had a disconnect there. Not that it would matter, because we're already well in tow with this game. Nez is given the time, brings it to the midfield. Although Emibert going wide. And Cretan getting the 50, dropping it to Emibert, who's given a little bit of space, but not enough to make a goal fall through. Cretan tactical fake. And almost a slot. Reppy with the save. But under a minute here to go. Reset Esports Blue, they're looking for a goal quickly. But another save from Emibert. Cretan hoping that mistake would fall through to capitalize, waiting for the pass. A great pass indeed. Cretan creeps up and gets the angle, but Nez, yeah, the nice little touch to bring it back. You thought a predictable off the wall with force, but kept it close. What a shot. Remnant RL has a little window to work with and using it to the full effect. Emibert can't quite get the double. And now we're venturing back. 10 seconds left. Remnant looking for more power on another shot. But I'd say a better second half for Reset Esports Blue. And perhaps a little bit slow to start game one. They're starting to ramp up. Maybe can use this momentum going to game two. All right, game two is here. Spartan Harmony up 1 in the series. Looking to extend that win streak. Meanwhile, Reset Esports Blue, a little sluggish to start, but did ramp up as the game went on. Reppy off to the side. Remnant wants a double. Big clear. Nez trying to redirect it. And what a shot. Cretan able to sneak through. But Spartan Army take the first goal into game two. They get that early start yet again, but almost a chance for Reset. They are knocking on the door. Can they continue with the pressure? Reppy doing a good job. And that's in front of net, but Cretan, huge clear. Now Reppy being tested, and Cretan puts it where the defense can't get it. He's got 2 goals in this one and shooting at a high volume. But almost a great team play. You got the demo shot. Timing almost working to perfection. That's touched out. And Nez, who's been known to play up forward, that's where he likes to play. And definitely can be a nuisance. But can reset, get one on the board. They definitely don't want it to go up 3. A similar nature of game 1. That early start led by Spartan Harmony. They're doing again in full form. Emmy Burt gonna take that boost. Nez can't quite close out on that one. Big clear from the midfield and tactical whiffs, although Nez does recover, and there was a chance for Reset Esports. Will they get another one? A nice few touches, almost into a redirect. And big bumping as well. Wind RL is there, who seemingly has led the offense, or at least has the ability to kickstart it. We saw Remnant with a few good shots as well, but they're able to cut the lead by 1, and now it's a little bit closer, and Remnant coming through. And such a second half team. You're seeing Reset and Spartan Harmony making some mistakes. Reset Esports come in capitalizing, and that's a shot on target. I'm gonna finish it off, but Spartan Harmony able to play so quick, get the early start, but then kind of lose focus, and somehow Cretan credited with that goal. He will take it because he was not even close. Spartan Harmony still have some luck on their side. Both these games have a weird goal in their favor. Emmy Burt taking possession, almost taking it the whole way. Emmy Burt can't get a touch there. Cretan using his life to clear. Cretan flip reset. Might even block Nez. And we are tied 3-3 still. This might be on target, causing a double commit. Reppy coming through from the corner, but Nez giving up possession a little bit. Cretan can't catch up to that one just yet. Uses a second effort. Big demo here. Emmy Bird just gonna rip it on. Reppy there for the save. But pass. Gonna lose a little bounce there. And we are under a minute left in this one. Next goal could win. That's a big clear. Remnant can't get a touch. Needs a little help. He gets it. And Cretan can't get a touch there. But Nez, dangerous. And a chance in front of net, but no one from Reset ready to strike. And they're a little clustered, a little out of position. Emmy Burt able to get the save. As we talked about, there's chances for Reset Esports to capitalize off the awkward positioning of Spartan Harmony. But do we have OT? We have OT. Game 2 OT. Big stakes. Can Reset Esports tie up the series? Or does Spartan Harmony go up match point? Remnant. Remnant. Apologies. And that one was probably going in. Had some heat on it on the ground. What? Nez gonna get deleted real quick. Amibert forcing the issue. Reppy low on boost. And Cretan just going for it. He's got 4 goals in this one. All goals for Spartan Harmony. And seals it in OT. As Spartan Harmony go up 2. And man, they are quick to ready up. I'd say a pretty even showing of pressure between the 2 teams. But just coming down to a play here or there. But you gotta wonder if Reset Esports Blue get the right kind of start, as they definitely put themselves in a hole. And Cretan able to get the touch wide, and he's gonna follow this one. Coming right back. Nice touch from Wind. But Reppy coming through. Big demo. And Amibert, I guess not getting credit for the save, but he gets the touch and also being on defense. Gotta make those plays. And he is tasked with them. But Nez, he almost gets the extra touch. Amibert just waiting. And that one falls much to the luck. Reppy coming through. 50'd out. Cretan. Nice pass to Nez, who's passing to Amibert. We got some passing plays. That tactical fake. Cretan might have had a chance there. Had some lead blocking to disrupt, and never underestimate the power of some demos clearing the way, eliminating some defense. And we're still scoreless. It really could come down to that. Gotta keep an eye closely on these demos, bump plays. But big pinch going to the other corner. Reppy off the ceiling. Awkward ball. Wind. It's a clear. Cretan can't get a double, but does pause the defense, or really offense, of the opponent. And that is a nice shot. Remnant RL on the board. And that corner shot, so dangerous. High ball. Nez is up. And can't follow that one, or so you thought. There's a little bit of space and no one going for it. Nez able to track it down. But just circumstantial in the middle of everyone. No boost on the initial attacker. And Nez gonna capitalize, and that's a big goal to tie, as Reset Esports is finally able to get their lead, but not for long. Creighton just gonna drop it low. Let me burn down, but that's gonna be a big clear. And 50'd off the high point. Burt realizing he's got to go high to block this one. It's the only spot not covered. Well, Burt gonna try and gain control, but it's gonna be deleted. Although a little bit of a mix-up allows Nez to grab possession. And Burt, tough spot to challenge, but he does it well, and that is in. That is a tough spot. If you don't get this, that could be a counter, maybe a goal. They might have an open lane to work with. Instead, the risk paying out. But that's gonna be just wide, and Burt happy to get a touch there, although Reppy could have a chance here. Burt there, and you can see Creighton, smart for him to not go. He paused for a second, and Nez gonna keep control on the ground. That's a 2-goal lead. And when possibly trying to block that pass over to the right, then Nez cuts it. Creighton attacking from the side, bounce toward the mid, and that's going to stay to the side. But Nez gets a high bouncer. Burt off the backboard. And after this cluster, you will have your victor. Spartan Harmony gonna take this one, and quite the series it was. Definitely hard fought, but the score line credits Spartan Harmony with the sweep. But you gotta give credit to Reset Esports. They definitely made it tough. There are a lot of close games, just didn't turn out in their favor. So if you voted Spartan Harmony, you are correct tonight. So give a shout out to Spartan Harmony, remaining undefeated. They are going to be 5-0. And I believe there's 7 weeks. So 2 more weeks. But that is going to do it for this cast. Make sure to go watch it on YouTube. We'll have the VOD up. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciated. And helps support. So thanks to anyone who tuned into this one. And I will see you on the next one. Start recording. We'll have the VOD up on YouTube for anybody to watch again, of course. See if they're ready to go. All right. Finals of Challenger B is here. We still have to see what happens. I believe both brackets will face each other, but as far as right now, in the money, it's what I can see from the bracket. So big things to play for both of these teams. And welcome everyone tuning in. CPL 2v2. Once again, we will mention, and playoffs. Because it's Charge trying to force something into the net. Caleb has a 1v1 and can't quite get touch on that. And Chaotic Wise to buy a little time as Caleb ventures for some boost. And you're gonna see a lot of key elements in spacing, especially with twos. It is ever so important. But if you're curious, we have the ranks up at the top, C2, C3. That is when they started. You gotta account for some progression going through. But as sign up, that's what these players were. And Caleb, too strong of a shot. Really ripping it on. And uses that momentum to find the net. Spartan Chalked get the first goal. As Chaotic trying to sneak one through. But Caleb being a nuisance in that corner. But has to be careful not to leave Chaotic in a rough spot. Does a good job on defense, but it's Charge moving forward. And you could see there's openings if they get the right power on. And being trapped. Spartan Chalk trying to get it out. And that's going to be over one and all the way home. Chaotic with a good clear. And also dodges that bump. Welcome back, Belb. Finish the oil change and time to tune in. How was it? We're almost at halftime. This game has really flown by. And only 2 scores. And we're looking at 0 goons. Can they get on the board? Can they put something together? As we all know, Rocket League, a very momentum-based game. If they could get 1 goal, then that would really open things up and put them right in line. Caleb trying to avoid the bump, but right in line to come back for this one. We all know 2 goals is far different, but 3 is a bigger task at hand, and that is a crucial goal for Spartan Chalked. Because 2, you get 1 on, now it doesn't look so scary. 3 goals in Caleb, just keep him away from the right side. He is dominating with his goals from the right. And gets 2 quick ones. And now Spartan Chalked really feeling the momentum as Chaotic adds another. Look at his scoreline, 2 across the board. But Spartan Chalked really got the right start they want. But let's not forget, it's a best of 7. A lot of Rocket League to be played. Different storylines to see how they pan out. As quite the save as well. We're a little bit delayed on that one. Bell doesn't want to talk about it. Well, perhaps 0 goons don't want to talk about this game. Game 1, adjusting, but sometimes that's how the games go, and you gotta already mentally look at the next one, as Caleb has an open one. And also, let's not forget how many series there have been. A vastly different scoreline in a certain game, but it doesn't translate to a full series, and could be a different story, and that was meant to be. There's the Brazil, but does it stay? And Zero Goons finally have their first goal. That has to be a relief of sorts. What is up, Peak? I just looked up after a minute. Why were you looking down, though? That's the question. Maybe I don't want to know. But correct, it is a Brazil, maybe? No, and it's broken. And like we said, a little momentum. I don't know, Zero Goons have the ability to get two back-to-back. And maybe a different story game two if they start in the lead. But definitely, if you're down this much, it's just going to keep raining as DJ Caleb adds another. And nice flick as well. Credit with the assist is Chaotic. But now we're seeing all defense fall away. You're just too good, Peak. Peak said, where was this in scrims against me? Guess it's a good warm-up against Peak. Well, we saw what Peak could do against these guys. They're fighting for that last goal, but 8-3 is going to be your score line for game one. And anybody just tuning in, this is a best of 7, so that's only game one. So a little bit of a reset we expect from Zero Goons, and they'll get their chance to start right in game two. And if you're them, you gotta be looking at, well, game two, we win. It's an even slate. Doesn't even matter what happened in game one. So that could be what they're looking at. Let's make sure. I have to triple check. I changed the map. Game two is here. Forbidden Temple. And we're looking at that first goal. Who scores it? Who gets started right? We saw that by Spartan Chalkton. They rolled with it. Haley, what's going on? This is a casted match, so only private. Particular parties involved in. It's charged getting things started. And almost looking like a new team just right out the rip. Zero Goons score first and looking a little more quick. Well, Caleb gonna accurately read that one. But he's on the left side. We saw the damage he could do from the right. But Caleb down. Over to the right, getting the boost. And thank you so much for the follow with Tesla. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. It's charged. It's gonna go the wrong way, and Chaotic will be more than happy to watch it go in. But right place, right shot, and tough to recover on that one. It's probably going in anyways. But we are tied 1 apiece. Its charge has another, almost able to catch an awkward Caleb. He's moving along, no boost as best he can. And that's going to be snuffed out, but Chaotic, it's a nice pinch at the last second. A little bit of space given. Now, Caleb gets a touch, but ventures back. And maybe a little too much space given. He's waiting for a mistake. And tough angle for Chaotic. Gonna drop down. Easily saved. And there's Caleb opting to go for the pass. And tactical fake. It's gonna hit that backboard a few times, and Chaotic circles around, and just round and round we go until a score. And Spartan Chalks fight back to take the lead in this one. They conceded the first goal, but since then had 2 goals to answer. But its charge has definitely been looking better in this one, and certainly looks like someone to contend with. But someone to contend with, Caleb bumping around, sees an awkward player for Zero Goons and pouncing on the opportunity. But Caleb patient, but being pressured and gonna bump right back, and they're just having a bump battle. And Chaotic almost getting a similar goal from the previous, but now possession given to its charged, and you know, can do some damage, but solid challenge. Chaotic right back, but what a save. Tuxie is there for the save. I don't know how, but their open net, maybe they almost messed each other up. There was a split second you could see Chaotic. It's like, is Caleb gonna go for this? And I wouldn't even doubt him for thinking Caleb would go for that. But nice goal to kind of stop the bleeding. Zero Goons cut the lead by 2. But we do have to mention Spartan Chalks. They're challenging on point, in cohesion with their positioning. And they got the passing down too. Caleb waiting on the right side. And correct me if I'm wrong, right side he's been scoring, left side it's been assisting. The left side the shooting is kind of off. That is the theory we're going with from evidence. But 5-2, Chaotic had a little more time. He's trying to pre-jump, jumps a little too early, figured he wouldn't get back in time. But 2-goal lead, that's still possible for Zero Goons. 1 minute 30. If they could get something in these next 30 seconds or so, puts them in a good spot to tie it up. Chaotic 50 at the midfield, but Caleb in kind of a no man's land, and they sense it, but that's bouncing out. How unfortunate. Zero Goons played that exactly right, and Caleb in a rough spot. Chaotic just in time. But once again, we go back, and it's charged with the challenge, and we're seeing momentum shift. But what all occurred on that? Well, a big space difference. Caleb not able to challenge, but didn't want to move, and that was possession and a 2v1. 2v1s are dangerous, especially if you take advantage, but a nice bump, not gonna happen. A nice pop, really. But Caleb, I don't know, that's a little left of center, but Caleb, a nice goal to float in, and they perhaps needed that. We saw the momentum going in Zero Goons, but they get it right back, and you definitely can't count them out. They need 1 goal in 25 seconds. They've had a few kickoffs, but that one's going to go in favor of Chalks. And Charge gets a piece. Caleb taking his time. Nice pop. And really just filling up that stat sheet. But also another clutch goal for Caleb. Perhaps closing this one out in 10 seconds. It's a tough draw. That's going to be too high. But Caleb going to keep it in the opponent's half. And he's going to hit it again. And that is Spartan Chalked up 2-0 in the series. But a much better showing for Zero Goons. Now can they provide it for a full game and get on the board? We will have to see in game 3. They up not for a timeout. But once again, their momentum is shifting upwards. So maybe they have what it takes. So game 3 is here. Spartan Chalked up 2 in the series, but Zero Goons slowly playing better each game. Is this their one to win? It's Charged looking quick, but not gonna find the answer just yet. There's a challenge. Caleb, nice pop. Gonna be dropped down and a little bit awkward. Chaotic 50 and bumping, surprisingly, Caleb in the air. And tough to contend with. You thought Chaotic was out of the play. Instead, he sneaks up, gets a bump, as I thought its Charge would actually pounce on that. Had a little time to go for it, but opted to wait. And that's definitely someone you have to contend with. Chaotic going for bumps, but no answer there. Almost an opportunity for a counterattack for Zero Goons. Haley, after this game 7, yeah, you these 7 games, maybe game 7, is that foreshadowing? But yeah, you could play after, no worries. This is a casted event for CPL, so it is just these players. But after, yeah, we will have some stuff. That's gonna bounce to the wide. And Tux can't quite get the block, the 50. Anything to make it in front of net, but still only a 1 score difference. Caleb trying to get out of the way, and that's a good 1-2 punch for Spartan Chalks, not getting in each other's way on the rotation. That's Charged, can't get that one. A nice flick, too much, and Chaotic reaching, and might have had a little more time to line that up, but didn't know how much boost its Charge had. Caleb trying to stay with that one. Also trying to get boost, but does maintain possession. And Chaotic in a tough spot. You know, you put a shot on, but if it's not good enough, it's an easy clear. That's coming right back. And that's the tough part, playing second man in 2s. Also, tough part being last back. Chaotic, a little bit of a gift there as that one got away. But still only a 1 score difference. Passing wide. Caleb somehow trades the demo. Although I don't know how it traded if Chaotic is still facing here, and he's still got possession. What a play, one-on-one. Player respawned, but didn't matter. And Spartan Chalks up by 2. As we see a lower scoring affair. Spartan Chalk trying to hold on to that lead, but almost a chance. It's charged a little bit too high. Props wants that one back. And okay, I can just pressure on. That's going to be high. But Chaotic, slow touch. It's charged, recovers. And that's a tough one. Was Caleb, he shot it low, and that was also what we talk about when those low shots easily cleared, also get a lot of hang time. Caleb gets a touch by, but that's on target unless Chaotic gets back, which he does. And sometimes they rotate widely. There is an opportunity for a counterattack. And right now, needing a counterattack, 0 goons. That one gonna go wide, and they're happy to see it go wide because they still have a chance to tie it up. And Tux, he almost gets the double, but it's charged. He has an open net. That pop, though, a little too much strength. And once again, there's some pressure coming from 0 goons. There's some opportunities. Just gotta make the most of it. As Spartan Chalk doing a good job of limiting those opportunities. But solid 2-0 score line. Good defense prevailing for Spartan Chalk, and they're up 3-0. And a timeout will be called. And so once again, that is, well, not once again, but a timeout. It is what is it, a minute? Yeah, a minute. So we'll put the timer. All right. All right. Crap, we forgot to change a map. That always happens when we're typing. Look, Ripperino. I wish I had the ability to change it right here. But we have a minute on the clock. That's what we're doing. We're trying to put a timer on. Let us change the map, you. What up, Clutch on YouTube? Appreciate you stopping in. Right now I'm doing a cast, so don't worry about my rank. We're worrying about these players' ranks. It's C2, C3, and these guys are playing in playoffs for CPL. And so that is your timer. It's go time. And so 0 goons called the timeout, much needed. Talk things over, reset a little bit, and take it one game at a time. And so far, so good. Almost getting the kickoff right off the rip. But Caleb can't get it by, it's charged. Oh, it's charged, but Caleb to Chaotic, who can't get the redirect on that one. That sucks. Just taking time. Low boost, gets the boost. Nice possession, and that is going to be in. Clutch, you got trolled on your channel? How'd that happen? But nice goal for Zero Goons. They get the right start that they need. They have a long road to climb. But once again, one game at a time can do wonders. Like we said, momentum is a dangerous thing, especially in Rocket League. And we've certainly seen glimpses of Zero Goons. But can they put it all together? And big 50 on 2. Tux. He's got 2 goals now. And really showing up in a big way. But Caleb gonna drop it to Chaotic with the pass. Caleb gonna bounce around. He's not gonna get the boost. That's gonna go back, but its charge can take possession. No, they're able to challenge. Although Tux, he's trying to move it past midfield. And Caleb just being a nuisance. But right now, little bit of awkwardness for Spartan Shots. And they're playing on top of each other. Spacing not there, and there is opportunity. That certainly can be the reason why up 2 Zero Goons playing smart and maintain possession in the right spots. But Caleb gets the flick, and that's going to be bounced out. It's charge credited with the save. But Caleb is there, and big demo on Chaotic, who can't follow this one, and they're going for the bump. Clutch said someone gave me 107 more subscribers, but they all unsubscribed. Now I have 58. That is brutal. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate when that happens. It's stupid and it sucks. And debilitating too. But Chaotic getting a touch forward. Haley asks if there's a minimum rank. Yeah, for when these players, I mean, they're people and players, as Chaotic gets a score to cut the lead, but as these players started the season many weeks ago, it was for C2 to C3. That was the rank requirement. But Caleb going with the challenge. That's a big beat from Charge. He gets it by, and they get that lead back to 2. Risky challenge. Did not pay off, as Zero Goons in command of this one. That was great timeout for them. They're looking much better in this one and holding on to that lead. Chaotic 50. Caleb, he's up, rushing down the left side, but quick to get back. Zero Goons. Some time given, although Caleb can't get a good opportunity, good space to work with. Now we're down under 1 minute to play. That is a shot on target. And once again, the spacing off a little too close to each other, and Tuck's taking full advantage. Shot toward the net. And getting another. What a game. What a bounce back. Tuck's really being a difference maker in this one. I believe we saw that all 5 goals. And that is going to do wonders. That's a crazy bounce. Someone got a flip reset off of that. Chaotic. Can't get enough height on that shot. Now Caleb on the left side. And as the theory goes, Caleb hasn't had much to do on the right side. It's been a lot of left. But that one a little more right, and perhaps not their game. Spartan Shots. They drop one, and Zero Goons are on the board. Much needed. Some signs of life for them. And maybe now they could take it one game at a time. That first one is done. So, actually, where are we going? We're going to Aquadome because we missed one. So, Aquadome. Game 5. 3-1 going to game 5 is correct. So, yeah, anybody just tuned in, we're casting this match. It's part of Cross Progression League, an amateur league that has a few different rank tiers, but Caleb starting off strong, and this 2v2. These players have played many weeks, and they're into the playoffs. Have reached this final of the Challenger B division. Caleb gets initial touch, and he's gonna wait, kind of put it to the right. He's given possession, although can't do much with that. Does steal the boost. That's charge. Gonna drop it down. There's an opening, although Tuck's at least quick on the response. But Caleb, he's got a little bit bounces to work with, and does work with it nicely. That's given back and forth. Chaotic maybe went all the way back, although its charge has the touch. And Caleb by 1. He's gonna grab the boost. Sees Chaotic, who has to avoid the bump. And Chaotic gonna bounce it high, which works perfectly for Caleb. And just while a play looks so awkward, it actually keeps it further away from Zero Goons. And Spartan Shots up by 2. And now they're bouncing back from their first loss. But Tux, who had a phenomenal game 4. But that's going to bounce around, although Chaotic gonna follow that one up. But you got to shout out Caleb for going for that demo, buying a little more time. If he doesn't get that demo, Zero Goons have that one saved. But 3 up for Spartan Chalk. They're trying to close out this series. Zero Goons need to get something on the board. I mean, plenty of time though. 3 minutes to go. But Chaotic forcing the power shot, and Caleb venturing through, and big detriment the previous game for Spartan Chalk, they were not playing in the right spacing, but as you can see, a different story in this one. Each player complementing and able to follow up one right after another. And can Zero Goons put that into their favor? Once a 50 to the wide. Caleb pops it by one and can't turn around on this one. It's going to be in front of net and dropped off. Not going to result in a goal just yet, but pressure, a lot of pressure coming from Spartan Chalk. They're up by 4. They want another. Charged finally breaks through, waiting for a mistake. Now it's going to reset. Tuck's waiting for his chance. Gets an initial touch, but that's going to be cleared out. A lot of time going to tick away for that one. Caleb, 50. This could be a chance. And Chaotic, what a save. He looked in a rough spot, low boost, maybe ventured too forward, but instead makes a save. Now it's charged and a little disconnect. Who goes? That's touch wide. Chaotic with the demo. Caleb gonna follow that one and up by 5 on this possible closeout game. This is finals of the B division. So I'm not quite sure what happens following this. I believe both bracket leaders do face each other possibly next week, but this is the finals for B. But 6 up now, under 1 minute to play, and kind of resemblance that game 1 victory, strong game 1 victory they had, which ventured into the what a save is right. I don't know what that was. Maybe too much pressure to get a Brazil here. But it's still possible. But is it really a Brazil if they purposely throw that one goal? I don't feel like it is. But tough one for Zero Goons, because they obviously know they're capable of better. And they showed some very good signs of play, but definitely not the game they want to close out on, as Brazil kind of accomplished. I don't know. That's an own goal. But but I know it's a tough loss for Zero Goons. Losing is never easy. But massive respect for Zero Goons, especially for the support always. So even in a moment of loss, support directed, I very much appreciate it. But give a shout out to Spartan Chalk. They take the victory, and this was not an easy team to win against either. So give it up to Spartan Chalk. If you voted on Spartan Chalk, you are correct. Can my friend play even if he's silver? I don't know. Silver is too low. Silvers don't exist. All right. Let's see. We got that prediction done. Let's see if we get them for an interview. I don't know if we can. All right, what did they say? They're not having fun with that troll. All right, we're done. Let's see. What did I just hear?
What? Oh, I don't know what he was saying. He was mumbling. What's up?
Well, it sounded like a purr. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
What?
Dude, listen back. Like, I don't know if stream heard that, but it's like, purr. But all right. I guess you guys been doing interviews, huh? No.
Oh no, that's chaotic. That's all chaotic, bro. That's all
I just wanted an interview.
Oh, okay. I've been doing it for a team in rivalry that they just asked for it, so I'm like, all right. But they ask for it every time. But yeah. So here I am. How you guys feeling?
Epic. We're feeling amazing.
The fuck is this? You just won the finals of the.
I'm feeling good. But we're not finished. We're not finished.
Okay, that's the spirit. Yeah. Kobe Bryant, shut up. Job not finished. All right. So feeling good. Tell me what led to this, like the scrims, the warm up. What led to this game, and then we'll talk about game one.
All right. So what led up to it was, Peak and Caleb were playing twos beforehand. I pulled them into this VC. Not an abusive power guy or anything.
No, it's a captain power. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I was like, hey, Peak, want to join us for the 2v2 scrim? Because nobody answered Caleb originally. Peak's buddy from his college was able to join up, but we only scrimmed them for like 30 minutes from 8:30 to 9.
Yeah.
And I reset my internet hoping it would get better after that, because I was kind of lagging some. It did not. I saw little like spikes or like latency, rubber banding. Nothing like too crazy. It wasn't technically.
Story here. Get to the point.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, anyways, not wrong.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of glad we got it pushed back because I went and played volleyball instead of waiting around. So.
In that 30 minutes?
No. I played volleyball from like 7 to 8, so it worked out really well for me.
Okay.
The delay. I had to go sub for some body, but go ahead, Caleb.
No. What we did, honestly, I don't know. We just like.
Yeah, give us an actual like.
Actual answer. What I did was just went into this just like full calm, bro. I didn't really like. I don't know. Maybe it's because I woke up at noon today, but I was just feeling chill. I didn't really.
Oh yeah, tell him your whole life story.
Yeah, exactly.
So actually,
I mean, you're one to talk. Look at this.
Yeah. I was up till 4 a.m. last night.
All right.
And then I ate this for breakfast.
So would you credit Peak at all for this?
Hell no.
Okay, got it. That's what we needed to know. All right. So you guys had a weird warm up. Well, we can't really credit it too much, but overall feeling good. Vibes are good. The lag, did that continue into the series, or?
Yeah, I had some moments like I would like lag around the ball, lag around a booth, but it wasn't anything too bad.
Okay.
I had a free setup. I think it was the last game, and as soon as I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna solo this. Oh, I lagged.
Well, you can't have it
So sad.
good forever. But yeah, talk about game one. How were you feeling? Because I'm sure you guys knew they were undefeated. But like, did that factor into your mindset? Like, or like changing how you would play, or maybe it inspired you to play harder?
Yeah, I got this because Chaotic's gonna say some BS, bro.
No, I'm not.
Okay, I just have to make sure you're not gonna say
No. So-
anyways, Chaotic gave some coaching that basically we took like we realized by looking at their old matches, we were like, okay, I think we just knew our play style was really gonna work against them, you know? But game one, I think we just knew we were gonna be a fast team compared to them. So I don't think there was much worries.
Yeah, game one, you definitely put a staple on the series. Perhaps caught them off guard and
Okay.
really got a lot of goals and kept running with it.
Now you can go Chaotic.
Yeah, I reviewed their last match for like the first game and a half. And I saw like they double commit, like, and like both are like in our half or in their opponent's half a decent amount. So banging away the ball, beating them on a challenge, like it'll lead to a free goal. And I basically said that, and we just kind of followed through with the plan.
And so there was a little bit of a hindrance that you guys used to have, at least a few games ago or like series ago, where you guys would play too close, and that we kind of saw that in your loss today, where you're on top of each other or you're too far apart from each other. But it seemed like that wasn't really a factor, and you guys were playing as like a 1-2 punch, one right after another in a good spacing spot, and also limiting those counters that would catch you guys split across the map. Was that something that you improved upon, or it just happened to work out that way today?
I like basically okay. Well, the game we lost, I think we just got a little bit too confident. We were just after winning 3, we were lucky just going ball a lot more because we felt like it.
And I think they also made adjustments that kind of countered us that game, and we had
They
to
did, but
readjust.
either way, no, like I mean, I know what I was saying in game most of the time was I was literally just telling Chaotic just instant chow, go now. Basically to like it would force us to be spread apart more because he would be challenging and I'd be like going back, recovering. It basically just forced us to not be on top of each other. I was just telling him go, force him to do something with the ball, puts you out of the play, but then it gives me so much space and time, and then same way, vice versa, me going first. But yeah, I think I try to prioritize just straight up insta challenge like every chance we could get because I knew that once I would fly past the ball or just 50 them, like Chaotic would have so much space.
Gotcha. So Chaotic, I have a serious question for you.
Okay.
Did Caleb complain about lag at all in this series?
No,
I think so.
Wow.
shockingly.
I know, right? I can't believe it.
It's almost,
Holy
it's almost
smokes.
like getting
That is the recipe for victory right there.
here you want to know what part of the recipe is getting a new PC? You know, that's a pretty big part of it.
Didn't you complain
know what he
about
did
having
complain
a new
about?
PC?
No, I mean that was just about having more FPS.
True or
like,
not? Caleb, did you
No, I get
complain
it,
about
I get it.
having a new PC?
Okay, no, well, it was more of a joke. It was, but you're right. I was playing worse as soon as I got my new PC.
I know, I was there.
And Emerson was saying like, oh, like he actually had that problem too. Like he just had to get used to the frame rate.
Yeah, I mean it's an adjustment, but everyone who's gone to PC, like there is a noticeable improvement.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I've
Yeah,
been on
just wait till I
PC
get
and it-
PC. I hit GC.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll be older than I am.
Yep.
But so yeah, going up 3, you lost that game. I mean, you kind of already talked about it, but you guys, how did you adjust to that loss, like, and not let it creep inside your head, like, oh, we let one loss come in. How do we not throw this series?
I will go ahead and answer this one. So I was joking around and I was like, should we call timeout? Like I just kept the vibes high. I'm like, look, one bad game, one game that they won, still up in the series, and then Caleb was like, look, we just gotta win one. They're thinking about reverse sweeping, which is like almost impossible, very difficult. So we're fine. If we do the timeout, he's thinking of like serious possibly about calling a timeout, and he's like, if we call a timeout, that's gonna like give them more confidence. And I'm like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was
Anyways.
basically. I basically just thought if we call timeout, they're gonna think we're panicking, and we weren't panicking, so I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
So, and there was no point to, because I already knew that was just, I mean, not like it was a fluke game, but like we were playing confidence. So I knew, okay, what's fine. Let's just go back to being a little bit safer. No timeout needed.
Yeah. So
Can I ask the interviewer a question now?
what?
Oh boy.
Can I ask the interviewer a question?
If you must.
Who would you say is the Challengers B Finals MVP?
Hell no.
Like
this greedy guy.
I would say Caleb, because he had some clutch goals that sealed some of these games. Like there was one of the games I was like 6-5, and the other team was kind of coming back, and he managed to get a goal there. There's another circumstance he managed to get a goal, and the joke was that Caleb on the right side was better than on the left.
Really? It's usually when I'm on the left I'm better.
No, your shooting is terrible on the left. Ooh, plot twist, Holy Blade for holding it down. W sub over here.
Yeah, we
It's in the
love
call, by
Holy.
the way. I don't know why he's typing in chat.
He's shy.
We love Holy.
I'm
Yeah,
not
we
gonna
also
lie.
love you.
I'm
We
redoing
also
my
love
driver
you.
license right now.
Damn.
What?
I'm redoing my driver license right
That
now.
is maybe the most random thing I could ever thought.
It's okay. We still love you, Chaotic, even though you're not MVP.
I dropped
But-
1,000 one game. Fun fact.
But I mean, it's not like one person
No,
does
no,
all
there was-
though, obviously, because
Yeah.
Chaotic was left a lot on defense, and he had to make those defensive plays. And I would say if Caleb was in the same situation, might not have worked the same, because we've seen well, obviously you guys'
Giving
games.
us coaching right now.
What?
This is some good coaching.
Well, I don't know. Sometimes, like Caleb, I mean, to your credit though, we see this in ones players or offensive players. They just go and that's good for them because no hesitation. You challenge, don't even worry about it. But there's times where you go and you're last and you get beat out, and that's a goal, right?
Yeah.
But that's how you're meant to play, so I can't really fault you on that. And you're good offensively, so you have to play to your strengths, and usually a team has to have everybody's strength. But that's why it's tough to have all offensive players.
Sorry, yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, with that said, yeah, you guys won this. Do you have any idea on the other side of the bracket? Have you looked at it? Is there a team that you're kind of wanting to face over there?
That's chaotic. He's got the
Yeah, I know. He's the researcher. I know. I asked both of you because I have to, but
honestly, both teams on the other half had to play in the first round. I think that's interesting. Fun fact.
Oh, like they didn't get a bye?
Yeah, neither of them got a bye.
and sorry to cut you off, but did you lose to either of those teams or no? And what what are the
Have you
teams
played
that you
two of them?
lost to, and where are they now?
We haven't lost to a team.
Yeah. Huh?
Okay.
We're undefeated.
It was a trick question.
Okay.
Well, rivalry
Just one message
got me messed up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, rivalry. We're
Yeah, rivalry
playing
got
a 1350
yeah,
to
a
1500
far different story over there.
Yeah, I think we've only won one so far, maybe two.
Although you guys almost lost to as a team, you almost lost to Peak's team.
Oh yeah. Was that game 7?
That was
Was
not
game
a
5?
7, it was a 5.
Oh yeah, game 5 of 5. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
had 2 game 5s, one against Team Z, one against Revival. Both teams who didn't make playoffs.
Hey, don't say that.
True. And that's how it goes.
The slander coming out, bro. Anyways, yeah, I don't know.
Alright, so
No,
you guys are I know Peak was honestly he was doing big things on that one. So we casted that one. But so yeah, you guys are in a good spot to be in. Are you aware that I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but at least part of that bracket, you do you are in the prizing, right?
Yes, we
Yes.
get $40 no matter what. If we win against the winner of Challengers A,
Yeah.
we get 60 instead of 40.
Okay.
So.
So I'm glad you know all that.
No,
Like I was curious what the extra. All right, that's cool. So yeah, that's still got to feel pretty good.
Yep. We're going for back-to-back CPL wins.
Yeah, that would be awesome too. Maybe it's just CPL that because rivalry. But
Hey, look, my 3's team in rivalry is good.
Nah, it's because
damn.
there's no money in rivalry.
Yeah. Well, you would think the competition wouldn't be better, right?
Nah, it is pretty competitive in there.
Yeah, I know. I'm surprised it's pretty competitive.
Well, it's because the tiers are so tight. You
Yeah.
don't face like any bad teams, really. They're all going to be right around you.
All right.
And it's a Swiss style format.
So, yeah, that pretty much covers my bulk of things. Did you guys want to shout out anybody or talk about anything? Now is the time.
You can start, Caleb.
Okay, bro. Nah, shout out to my team, bro. Shout out to my team, and yeah, bro. We confident for the finals. We got it.
Holy Blade, what's special about your left toe? It's mine. Truer words never spoken.
I'll go ahead and do my thanks, and mine's gonna be longer.
Great. All right, thank you all. We gotta end stream.
Thank you to CPL and CPL staff, Krusty, Pepsi. They run a great league.
Yeah, big shout out to them. I gotta cut you off. They are awesome.
Let's see. Shout out to Spartan Esports and Spartan
What?
Dragon.
Wow. I finally get shout out.
Not only for being a caster, but also being the org owner. helping me find DJ Caleb in the first place, helping me find Holy.
Yeah, we haven't even won the league yet, bro. It's still like we won.
Well, you won
Hey,
something.
we won 40 bucks.
Yeah, I mean,
all right.
Alright,
Come
you're
on
right, you're
now.
right, you're right.
I mean, and this technically would be the finals,
If we weren't as
like in other places, right? Like,
Yeah, you're right.
did Royalty do it like this too, right? Or well, no, they combined it, but
No, they can.
I feel like CPL has had two before, but they just never had.
not in this series.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then
we
yeah, shout out my team, obviously.
obviously.
Did he just lag out?
Huh?
Oh, I thought you just lagged out. It sounded like you.
No, I just ended it out, obviously.
Well, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
now that the like
Spartan.
30-minute interview is over.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna watch this that long, but it'll be etched forever. So anybody could could come back and watch it and see.
Oh, shout out my family. Just in case.
Just in case they're watching.
Yeah, my family. Oh, wait, is that me?
No, I'd say
Like,
when he makes it big in Rocket League, bro, they're gonna look back on this and like, wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm never making it big, bro.
So,
I'm already
Usually,
ordering,
like
pro
they say,
players.
like, oh, my brother's name, my like, you're just like my
Just my
family. That's all you need to know.
shout out
And
to
my dog in the
barber,
background.
like,
What
shout
about
out
Turtle?
No,
What did Turtle do?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's just yapping in chat.
He annoys you
Shout out to my barber,
by
shout
you
out
having to
to
manage
my
him.
Teacher.
If he didn't annoy you, would you have made it this far?
Yes.
Okay, well, sorry, Turtle. We tried.
Yeah.
But all right, well, that is gonna conclude this interview. Special thanks to Spartan Chalks for this interview.
This
and
is Chalks.
all right, goodbye. Press the record button. Hopefully it's recording. I mean, that's what VODs are for. Hopefully the VOD ain't cooked either. But I think it's time. Yes. And I just came from $600 Paradise Cup last night, crew battle. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, are we doing a crew battle? But we are not. This is a 3v3. Back to the 3v3s. But welcome in everyone to this rivalry tier 3 3v3 of the week 4. You got SBC Spaceballs in blue, Bash Bros in orange, who are already tactically whiffing. And this is quite a storied matchup. Both these teams know each other pretty well. So you gotta expect there's more bragging rights than the normal. What a shot from Hubert. But that's gonna be saved. And great passes also at the mid. And a lot of pressure coming out from SBC. It's almost like someone offended them. But Aidenator, who followed the YouTube channel, is up. Yes, we will mention that. It's very important. It's personal skill. It bolsters your rank. But Skiller's clearing it out. Now Aidenator, who followed the YouTube channel, and he followed it, and he's following the ball. But Skiller's, he's a little bit awkward. Aidenator being bumped by his teammate, but it's purely to draw the opposing team in and then counter attack. and that's gonna fall a little bit high, and they are certainly being tested. It's one mistake away from being a goal, although there's a little bit of space. Skillers tripped up, and Spacebound Cowboys.store with the save. Do we get a referral link? We should have met these terms, but Bromank up by 1. And they didn't have a crazy amount of pressure, but definitely making their opportunity count. And we expect big things out of Bromank, who can put forth some offense. But all players up. Can the store get it through? And it's gonna bounce just wide. And maybe if there was 10% off that shot, it would have went through. What's good, Ryan, on YouTube? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. As another shot from Bromank, who is the offense. And he's the sole scorer of this one as well. Well, he's going for another, but SBC store blocked him. And I'm gonna stay in that corner, although this might be a shot opportunity. A little bit too high, but definitely had the power. A big bouncer. And King, nice touch around, although Bromank comes flying through, senses the danger. And Hubert Dingle waiting, expecting it to pop up. It did not happen. Now King, tough to turn around on this one. Nice few touches, and what a save, Aidinator. And you like that little bumps and demos from SBC, as they can't quite find the answer, and that's what you got to do. Make that defense awkward, because they are comfortable. They are saving. Ryan said, I just hit my fastest ground pinch, 156. Congrats, Ryan. It's got to feel good. Bromank goes low on 1. Aidinator tracking it down. Gets the demo as well. I heard following the YouTube channel gives you added strength and demoing skill. But can't quite get the touch on that one for SBC. You're still gold. Well, keep playing those ones. You'll get better in no time, and you'll be on display on a game like this. But Bromank wants another. He's not satisfied. He wants the hat trick, although that's going downfield, and Bash Bros take game 1. He missed an opportunity to add an S. Alright, we're going to Forbidden Temple, game 2. I mean, a little bit better pressure from Spaceballs, but alright, so you saw it in chat. King and Aidinator hate each other. You guys see that, right? You can't join. This is a casted match. I'm contractually obligated to do it. It's a best of 5 in Rivalry League. Game 2 is here, SBC. I had good pressure, didn't result in a goal. Can they change it? I mean, sometimes continue with the pressure, the floodgate opens. Nice pop. And, you know, Huber had a good start. He looked pretty active in game 1. And so far he's kind of active in this one too. He's just asking to get that first goal. I don't know what we're doing after this, Ryan. I will let you know though. After the conclusion of this one, almost a dunk from King. King pressuring, that's a double commit, and Hubert Dingle gets a little piece, and we called it. Although, big play from King forcing, but we could sense Hubert Dingle hovering around, wanted that goal. A lot of high bounces too. It's gonna hit the ceiling for the 18th time. A pass to Bromank, who looked like he accidentally accepted it. Hubert taking his time, almost a goal. Bromank quick on the reaction. Okay, Ryan, you could do a little here and there, huh? Aidenator, a touch back, but Bromank has to adjust on that one. Aidenator has some time and a little bit too high. That was actually an opportunity. Surprisingly had the time in front of net. Bromank thought he had one lined up. Slight touch, kicked out. Almost halftime. And Bash Bros don't have a goal yet. Aidenator trying to get it out, stay in midfield. It's hovering low. And Bromank in front of net. But Hubert clearing it out. And that's a double commit. Skillers might be able to get one. Although Bromank does see that it's going to get saved. Brings it to the side to keep pressure. But under 2 minutes to go. Only one goal. It's been locked for both teams. Is it defense or lack of offense? Nobody knows. But Hubert gets the beat. Aidenator sacrificing his life. Just like he sacrificed his follow to give to us. And Bromank really eager to get that one. You wonder if he just waited. Might have had that pass. But that's all in hindsight. You never know, and you gotta go for it. 1 minute left. Bromank with a beat. Skillers hopping on King, but King persevering. That's going back. They gotta reset. Is this RLCS? It very well could be, right? This is private though. Oh my god, it's not going in. Oh my god, the pain. Why?
This was job.
It should have been in. They should have had the security goal instead. 20 seconds. Imagine if Bash Bros tie this up. Aidenator, perhaps the last ditch effort. By one, he wants more boost. Drops down. Bromank going for the double, and that's sniffed out. And long clear. Aidenator in trouble. King can't get a touch on that. Bromank keeping it up. And Spaceballs win a close one. I can't answer all these. This is a scheduled match that I am casting, a best of 5 in a league called Rivalry Series. So it is purely regulated to these players. So it is not public. So I'm sorry you guys can't join. After this, I might do a public tourney though if you guys want. We'll do a 1v1 tourney if you guys are still around. And if you follow the channel, of course. Alright, DFH Stadium, Game 3. Series tied up. Jaham subbed. What a legend. That's what I'm talking about. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. But game 3 is here. Both teams got a win under their belt. They're trying to get to series point, break through, and we're looking at that first goal. So pivotal. Spacebound Cowboys.store though gets it, tracking it down. You've been subbed since June. That's awesome. Thank you, Ryan. But we did say Aidenator would have special powers from subbing. We really have to enable them. I don't want to be looking like a liar out here. And a nice few touches. King dropping it down. That's going the other way. I am waiting 25 minutes. That is okay. You don't have to wait. Do what you gotta do. And we gotta cast. Let's Spacebound moving forward, causing a double commit. And like we said, not a lot of demos going each way. And that allows more clears, more defensive set. Okay, I made you stay. I am quite convincing, thank you. But SBC still up by 1. Hubert on target. Save from Aidenator. And it's gonna be kicked out to the other side. Bromank can't track that one down. Now Aidenator being patient, grabbing the boost, kicking it to the other side. But good trap from Hubert. And Spacebound controlling the midfield. And they got good spacing. But can Bash Bros take advantage of an opportunity? We got one score. Again, low scoring affair. Aidenator can't track that one down. That's gonna bounce around. Skillers has a tough job of going after that one as third man. And that's a nice bouncer. But Bromank patient instead. Another one bouncing out. Aidenator given that luck from following the YouTube channel. Do you think people are tired of hearing that? Or will they be? Look, I'm just spotting out the truth here. But good cut. And Aidenator does it again. And does it again one more time. Bromank 50. Dropping down. No one there. SBC fortunate. And they're just doing so well on defense, on clearing, putting pressure in the spacing. There's King. Drops it down, but another save. And Bash Bros have to make so many saves. When can they put the offense on? There's a bump, but the bumps aren't working in cohesion. SBC recovered. Bromank shot and saved. And now they're bumping, but do they have a good look? They don't. And that's, again, what we talked about. They got the bumps a little too late or a little too early. And Aidenator, what a touch, but that's gonna be taken by SBC. They're holding on to a 1-goal lead. 20 seconds left, last-ditch effort. Bromank has got nothing in the tank. An awkward back pass, and that's a 50 going in. King seals it. 13 seconds, big goal. SBC on top. And so, with this 2-1 in favor of Spaceballs, match point, Bash Bros, they're gonna have to come up with something here. They can't afford any more losses. Ryan 161. New personal best. Nice. All right, spectator approved. We continue on. Game 4. Bash Bros trying to tie it up. And we got some Halo Boys action here. Subbing in. Bromank trying to follow this one. Aidenator, good touch. Bumped off. They got Hubert, but that is an awkward play. Almost results in tragedy. What's up, Bell? And it's true. You got your personal best because we give good luck out here. Yeah, rare Saturday. Contractually obligated to stream. But we have a good one on our hands. It is Spaceballs, SBC Spaceballs in blue, Bash Bros in orange. SBC are up 2-1. Both these teams know each other and absolutely hate each other. And this is for bragging rights. But that is pinched in King, the benefactor. Yeah, damn, I did stream last Saturday, didn't I? Or did I? I don't know. I think, yeah, I did stream last Saturday. But 1 goal lead, King almost gets a redirect. Yeah, it's all good, Ryan. I don't normally stream on Saturdays. Yeah, I don't know. We gotta go back to being rare on Saturday. But 3 minutes and under now. That's bouncing in. Hoping it would bounce out. You could see Halo over there. But Spaceballs up by 2. That's big. Game 4. They got quite the advantage. Yeah, grinding those YouTube hours. I was live this morning grinding those hours. Brian gotta go. All good. Take it easy, Ryan. Halftime, 2-goal lead, SBC. Have command of this one. And showing how it's done. What a pinch. Since when do I do morning? Well, since we're on the grind, what a pass. A little bit too far for Halo boys, but Spacebound sees King and gets King. And King gets the goal. You could see from the view where that's going. King lines it up, quite a shot. And they're all coming together. Yeah, what's up, Calvin Gaming? How you doing? And another. This store is going off. You'd think there was a sale. And just slight touch, right place, right time. Up by 4. All you had today was 13 nuggets. Not even chicken nuggets, just nuggets. That's wild. Calvin, you love this game? Damn, that's amazing. As Spacebound Cowboys again. And they're really popping off. Grilled chicken nuggets? You grill your chicken nuggets? Whoa. Damn, Bub. But Calvin, you love the game. More power to you. I don't know how long you've been playing, but hold on to that, love. Oh no. Halo Boys awkward. And Bash Bros down by 5. It is looking rough out here. Damn. Maybe they needed more YouTube follows. Aidenator, as I say it, he wouldn't have got that goal if he didn't follow. It's true. Well, they're at least on the board. However, 26 seconds left. It is not looking great. And SBC really looking dominant. And led by this spacebound Cowboys.store with King to follow. Yeah, following Sparks YouTube makes you play 4 ranks. Yeah, true. All right, well that, what the, I'm out of there. It's getting a little weird. Well, that concludes the cast. My throat is dying. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Wisdom teeth, all that. But how do I do prediction? My Streamlabs app is broken. I don't know how to complete the prediction, but I don't think anyone voted. I could be wrong. Actually, Bromang voted. Your points are trapped in the ether. But if I close Streamlabs, it's gonna end stream. So big shout out to SBC Spaceballs. They take the victory, looking good doing so. I still don't know if I get a referral link for the Spacebound Cowboys.store. If I do, then I'll tell you about a discount. But once again, like I said, give credit to SBC. They played great. Also, shout out to Bash Bros. Putting on a display, performance, hanging tough as best they can. But of course, we appreciate all the players there. Much love, even though they hate each other. I know it's tough. Wants a referral link. Wait, does Spacebound, does that actually work? Watch me get a virus. Holy crap, it does work. And then Chenzo's face is right there. Damn. I tell you though, everybody is going website. All the leagues are doing websites too. But yeah, thanks anybody who tuned into this one, lurked, followed, chatted, all that good stuff. That's gonna do it for this recording. So thank you so much for tuning into this one, and hope I see you on the next one. All right. They're eager to go. They've been waiting for a while. And so it is a best of 5 crew battle event. So if you're new to crew battle, it is 3v3, and then the loser chooses 2v2 or 1v1, and then whoever doesn't play, they'll play in game 4 if there is a game 4, because game 3 is another 3v3. So that is the format. And Devo starts us off with the first goal of our streaming tournament. And Prime D-Dop, that has Life Devo, what you're just seeing right now, almost get a double. A little bit of warm-up period, as you can expect. But Drew as well. And expect plenty of clips coming through as they warm up into their first match. It is round 2, but they had a bye. And Drew can't move forward. Max trying to get a touch there. But Life really might just own goal all the way. And you gotta expect this. But these are high level players that you get to see here as they hit the crossbar. Yeah, about that. But packet loss, latency. I hope players aren't affected. And we are on USU, so that would have been a big fail. Life almost has another. Now Devo gonna do a similar thing, but Zevian, nice clear for a moment. And we got to shout out Zevian for popping in the chat. Life gonna be credited with that goal, and they're up by 2. But I guess, yeah, we'll remove the chat a little bit here. I know that's blocking up a bit of the way. As you get that full screen effect. And Zevian trying to move forward, cut off by Life. It's up quick. Moving it in front of net. And tactical whiff, and they're low on boost. They're trying to get one on the board. Life has a whole net to work with, except Zevian. It's been pretty good on defense. It's there again. And Devo tactically blocking his teammate. But we might see a passing play as they're fighting for it. And they just can't get the Psycho going. But still up by 2. And still effectively keeping it away. But let's drop down to Drew. And I'm definitely hunting 2 of them. Can the Papatuyers score? That is the question. And head off to the side. It's Julio. Has a moment in time. But massive demo fest. Zevian by 1. Almost on target, but Drew just in time. And high bouncer. Life. They've been trying all game for a Psycho. Just it's easier said than done. Although that is a nice play from Life. Although no resistance, gets that ceiling, extra touch. So yeah, with crew battles, best of 5 in the upper round, and game 1, it's 3v3. Game 2 will be 2v2 or a 1v1, depending on what they choose. We did have a disconnect, I think. Hopefully they're coming back. Maybe. Alright. Who's life? Bubble teams, but definitely up there. Okay. Bro. Alrighty then. What's up, Ignited Soul? Thank you so much for the follow. Dad of Life. Welcome in, welcome in. Don't mind this awkwardness. I think the other team like just wanted to play one. They quit. Maybe they didn't understand. I will have to ask. Yeah, so I'm just writing a message because I want them to advance, but I don't know technically if it's like a 10-minute, and I don't want them to have to wait. They already waited plenty of time. Family support, sorry for the delay. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I mean, I think, yeah, they should just win. At this point, the other team is not coming back. Yeah, if it was up to me, for sure. 2v1. Like, when the whole team leaves, yeah, that's GG's. I am not joining them. They're already mad at me. They're already mad at me for not being an admin. Oh no, I'm streaming next. Rip. Alright. That's gonna be awkward. Yeah, It is what it is. But I get it, because like everybody's been waiting around, then they finally play after like an hour, and then actually I need a alright, we have to set up the next one. Bro, is that gonna go through? Alright. Alright, so it is now gonna be against 7 and friends. And friend. It won't let me put the S. Alright, we're going back to Manfield night. But this is what you expect. Day 1, it's gonna be chucked. Alright, so name is good. Alright, so we'll take a look at the bracket real quick. So yeah, that was very strange. I said best of 5 when we started. They lost game 1 and then they just left. So yeah. I think they just left. They're just like, screw this. I think the demos I think the demos were too much. Because they played a best of 5 previously. They had to know. Alright, how we looking on stream? It looks good. Alright. So we're on to the next one. Hopefully 7 and friends join. It'll be really chalked if they just never join, then we have to figure out what the timer is. Although there is a timer in the chat. But feels bad. We didn't get a full match. We didn't see their full potential. Sorry, bud. Although, you might actually have full matches. Our first one, the other team left after game 1. Loss. Interesting. But we are casting and streaming Life Drew and Devo. So tough decision there. I'm sorry. Although, if you make it to lower 5, although I think they already put me. They already put me in the top. But you're in round 3. They're making it through. I think yours is a best of 5 now, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me. Alright. I got word the other team is joining, so we might actually have a match on our hands. Alright. Yeah, they're antsy. Like I said, they're probably waiting like at least an hour. And I was so distracted I forgot or didn't see. He really said the family of Life. We got dad, mom, Life RL6. So gotta love that. The family all comes in to support. Alright. So we might actually get into a crew battle. So after game 1, which is a 3v3, then we could venture into a 2v2 or a 1v1, depending on what the loser picks. And we didn't even get to see that. We just saw one best of one, really. His brother is watching here, and the grandparents usually jump in. Dude, that is so awesome and cool to know for Life family. And if you're not aware of Life, definitely high up there in skill and a lot of tourneys, especially RLCS. So I imagine the whole family comes out to support. So that's a beautiful thing to have. We are still game 1. Drew almost pops it down. Now Life, man, we were just speaking of. Magnus forward. Sven actually has the first goal. So Sven, and I do have to update that actually. It's supposed to be Sven and friends. It just cut it off. Alright. We have to add the S for added measure. Although, did we spit? No, we spelled that right. Whew. And as we come back, Drew gets them on the board. They're a little bit sluggish, but I mean, they didn't get much of a warm-up. They had a team leave early, and they were kind of messing around. But get their first goal on the board, and now the magic can happen. Life 50 to the other side. Evo can't continue on, but plenty of space. Drew to follow, and 2 players going up. Now Drew waiting for the time to turn around. Sven, good control, gets a bump as well, and Magnus on the board, and Sven and friends surprising out here as they have a 2-goal lead. Now Sven, it's gonna be cut off, and now Life has a 1v1 opportunity, almost by Magnus. Plays good defense, but a shot, and Sven there for the save. They are being tested. They are holding up fairly well, but Devo, that extra touch, and That is the kind of pressure you expect to see from this blue team prime D-Dop. But Life almost sneaks one through. And now only a 1-score difference. Well, we're close to halftime. Volta's able to follow with a lead blocker. They're playing 3s for the game 1, and then the loser chooses 2s or 1s. It's their choice. And then they play 3s for game 3. And if it continues further than that, whoever didn't play in the game 2 decision plays in the game 4. So shows how. Oh, okay. My bad. Thank you. That was from the previous game. Sorry. No. I appreciate you saying. Ignore this low tier streamer over here. What the hell, chat? I expected better out of you, making me look like a fool. Hey, there's more lifers out on alert. They need the support. What the? We almost saw the craziest goal possibly ever. A car upside down on top of another car, potentially scoring. I think that would have been the ultimate clip. Almost here. But yeah, once again, we of course are going to shout out the Life family because they're supporting, following, and supporting Life, of course. So we love to see that. Good vibes. Definitely promote good vibes. But yeah, what was that? We almost had a crazy clip. I don't think I've ever seen that in Rocket League, and I've been streaming, casting way too long. But that's a 2-goal lead, and Seven and friends, they are really pulling up to the task. Game 1. But that's the interesting thing about crew battles. You got the 2v2s, the 1v1s. Definitely makes things interesting. It's not solely 3v3s, so even if you have a bad 3v3, you can really turn it around. A touch midfield, Life trying to pass it forward to Devo. And Devo attacking. Drew is waiting. There almost was a chance for a fake. But 35 seconds left. We might see an upset game 1. Nice pass back and forth, and that's going to be off the mark. And Devo, why not go for it? 15 seconds left. And really looking like game 2. We'll have an option from Prime D-Dop on what they want to do. So yeah, anybody new to this, there's no substitutions. Whoever you play with game 1, that's who you do. Okay. Alright, so 2v2, and then whoever doesn't play in this 2v2, if we have a game 4, we'll play in game 4. So game 4 will be a 1v1. Let's just change the map real quick for aesthetic. But these boys know the drill. Nothing new. They know how it works. All right, here are your options. Devo and Life against Seven and Magnus. That is the 2v2 that is selected. So we get to see all modes played in this series. Maybe. So maybe if Prime D-Dop get at least a game. Uh-oh, I just got pinged. Hold on. Alright. This one's still going. I don't want to make them do a forfeit on this one. They're asking. But Life, what a goal. And now 2v2, different animal. A lot more time given to these players where they can excel. And there's Life trying to stay with it. But Devo to the midfield, and so many flip resets we just saw in this last 30 seconds. Life, you see him maneuvering, almost doing a power slide into a bounce. But tactical fake on the challenge. Life has a nice touch to the side to delay that attack. Devo passing to Life is pre-jumping, and it almost ended with just the slightest of touches. But another pre-jump. They're trying for a clip for sure. But once again, we'll tell you guys, this is only day 1 of the tournament. There are 3 days, so plenty of competition, plenty of Rocket League. And this is only scratching the surface. Nice save, Devo. Back in time. Might have a pop. He does, but let's get bounced off. And we are at halftime. 2-goal lead in favor of Prime D-Dop. And Life, enough of a touch. He gets back just enough boost. Almost gave it away on possession. But Devo is going to bring it midfield. And ability to stay behind the ball, so key. As you can see, these players able to do so. And Magnus, what a nice goal from Magnus. Goes up to the ceiling, gets that extra flip, and waits for the defender to attack to use it. And that's the beauty of those ceiling flips. Devo, strong touch, and Life is there to follow, and they quickly get it back. And just because you don't have a shot on target doesn't mean you can't make the defense awkward. That Life, it's gonna get boosted, and what a touch, moving it forward on a seemingly dead spot. Life a little bit awkward, had to adjust, didn't expect a shot to come through so quickly. But Life stealing that boost. Now he's got plenty of time to work here. Magnus able to get the challenge. And that one's going to drop down. Magnus, let's flick it away. And Life deleted, but 7 not quite ready to put a shot on. And plenty of time ticking away as these players battle back and forth. And that's going to drop through. I'm going to see the demo come out. Long goal. And Prime D-Dop have a nice response game 2 in this one, Forbidden Temple. And so let me remind you guys, if they win, which they really seem like they will, 4-1 under a minute, we will go back to 3v3. And so Prime D-Dop get a chance. What a save as Devo didn't even let me finish, but just half in, half out, bouncing out. But yeah, game 3 we will return to a game or a best of. I don't even know. Magnus puts it on. We had to wait for a second, but yeah, game 3 will be a 3v3, and Prime D-Dop will get a chance at revenge from that game 1 loss of 3v3. But 2-goal lead and a little life from Seven and Friends. They cut the lead by 2. Not impossible, but unlikely. And more time ticking away. They need a quick goal. Can they get it? That's bouncing off to the side. Magnus. It's gonna be denied. And we will say Prime D-Dop is gonna take game 2 in their 2v2 battle. So we will see Drew against Voltas in game 4 for that 1v1. Alright, so let's go to DFH Stadium anniversary. They probably know, but 3v3. Next. We gotta say it anyways. They're probably like, shut your. So, no. Alright, so 1 apiece on the board. It's getting interesting now here. And now we go back to the 3v3. You wonder how things have changed. You figure Seven and Friends, they're a little bit confident from their game 1 victory, but Prime D-Dop got to be a little confident from their 2v2 victory, and a little bit more warmed up as well. And Drew 50 in. Magnus, no boost and a little bit of a stall. Life seizes it. But controlling at the midfield. Drew a slight touch. And lots of 50s at the midfield. That's pushed down, and Drew almost has that redirect. But what a touch, and almost going through. I don't know how that touch occurred. But I imagine we're going to say that a lot out of all these players. Life, Devo. Bumps out, and that's going to land in possession of Seven and Friends. But it's a battle over that first goal. They're still scoreless. Devo trying to go the whole way, and almost a demo in the back end to secure it. Life causing 2 to commit, but what a clear. Pushing it down, rendering that double commit non-detrimental. Oh, what a save. Magnus being tested. That was on target. A life by 1. He's given the time. Bumps another. And Drew 50 in. We still don't have that first goal. And that's a big clear. Devo on the backboard. He needs a little help. He gets it from Drew. And bouncing around. Almost like ping pong. You never know who's going to be there to touch it. And few saves coming out. You see a few strong shots from Prime D-Dop. But still scoreless. Drew, strong clear. Devo up, and that's going to be a little bit too high. No follow through, but Life actually finds the opportunity finds the angle and even had some players in net too, but you don't know where it's going. Too strong of a shot. Prime D-Dop, strike first. Took a little bit, but now they're in the lead, and that's going to give them huge confidence going forward. Sometimes you see a team, they get that first goal, now everything's opened up. And there it is as we talk about it. Devo waiting at the midfield. A strong assist given. And they are up by 2. But another save coming out. Definitely don't want to go down by 3. As this orange team, Evan and friends, they need a goal to stay alive in this one. But it has not been easy. Solid 2-0 lead. Almost adding another. Life. It's gonna bounce around. Voltas. Flip reset. And more 50s to follow. Life gets that over the last man. And Magnus not gonna be able to get back. And Life having a solid game 3. As puts his team up by 3. Maybe add another one off the kickoff. In case you were wondering, in case you need a little more security. What is going on, Sleepy? How'd the games go? Are you still in the lowers or got bounced out? Oh, what a save. I don't think Life got credited for that. Devo was credited, but for sure thought that one was in. But definitely a big boost to their defense and confidence. Although that would have been super awkward if that goes in as we talk about it. Team is getting bounced by an SSL team. Yeah. There are a lot of good teams in this, and it's only day 1. All right. All right. Let's see. What's up, homie? We played Panda, Mystic, and Skippy in first round. Yeah, dude, it's rough out here for sure. There are a lot of high-seeded teams, no doubt. I mean, we're fortunate enough to be able to follow one of the top teams here, Prime D-Dub. But Prime D-Dub up 2-1, and next match is a 1v1 of those who didn't play game 2 in the 2v2. So do or die for Seven and friends. Can they get it off of a 1v1? Trying to stay alive, bring it to game 5 for the final match, which would be a 3v3, but here we are. I think it's going to be D-Dop and the team later, also Wavy. Yeah, those are the two. I think those are the 2 highest rated, at least by 6-man's rank. There could be some upsets maybe, but I mean, day 1 is, you know, pretty given typically. Although I don't know, we gotta give credit to Seven and friends. really coming out here to play, and so is the Voltus. Up by 2 to start, early lead. But yeah, that other team, Wavy, I think they're called G7. Although Drew getting the cringe bump, as we call it, but it is so effective. If it works, you got to do it. And gets on the board, cuts the lead by 1. And Drew, favorable kickoff, can possibly add. Although that's a strong turnaround. Drew there in time. But good challenge. And Voltus, he regains his 2-goal lead. But Drew, he's still hanging in there, as you would expect. Still plenty of time. It's a 1v1. We're used to this. But it is cool to see how many people that have been following me or, you know, recently followed and pop into the chat. And they're playing in this tourney, so it's pretty awesome to see. I appreciate everyone who comes into chat, as this is a big tournament and a fun one. Crew battle, but tied up 3 apiece. Drew really coming into form, and those kickoffs are key, as they can turn a game around real quick. And what a shot. Are you kidding me? That is tough to defend. Bar in such a tough angle, and it finds its way in the net. That was me. That would just bounce down and just stay there. But interesting game here. Voltus had the momentum, up by 2, surprising early, but you know, as we say, a ones match can seem a lot longer, especially how quick goals can form. And down by 2 now. Does give up possession. He's got to play defense on this. Drew almost bounces that in. You could see it form. And just playing very patient right now. Got the lead. And can line up a shot. It's going to be saved, but low on boost. And good job keeping it away and chasing this one. Trying to find a mistake or opening. But low on boost for the last minute. And seemingly comfortable with it. And that's a big key in ones. So that's more pressure that you can produce. Can't get through. And once again, that tried and true method. So tough to defend, especially when a player can secure that ball, bump forward. And Drew is up by 3 and trying to secure this series as well. It's quite a save right there, keeping that one out. But it's always interesting with crew battles, especially in the ones area, because whole team is watching you. Actually, both teams are watching you, but big pressure on you to perform. And thank you so much for the follow, Sid. Appreciate you coming in to tune in for this huge tournament. $600 Paradise Cup tournament. This is only day one. There's 3 days of this, and Drew puts in another 7-3. And looking a little rough for Seven and Friends. But I gotta say, they definitely impressed. But Drew getting a long goal toward the other side. But we have... Actually, let me quickly check if Start GD wasn't... So, we have QAP waiting on the winner of this one. And then whoever wins that will qualify for day one. Alright. Volta's still fighting. You gotta respect it. Down by 4, 45 seconds left. And a few kickoff goals can certainly help things. But Drew, low on boost, still able to get it out. And waiting till the last second to challenge. Almost thought we'd see a bump from the other side of things. Nice pop. Nice extra touch. And gonna be kicked out. It almost looked like a own goal. Alright. Oh, here we go. Alright, we're out of there. Alright, congrats to Prime D-Dop. They are taking the victory. And might as well use this time to set up the next one. You guys can't leave me hanging now. You gotta let me know about the overlay. I gotta reset it. Don't be giving an advantage to the other team. I'm relying on you guys. Check that overlay. Make sure. I always be forgetting. Because I'm always trying to like set up the match quick because I know people are waiting. And I don't like check. Alright, so this is going to be QAP. Alright, that looks good. That looks good. Double check that. Alright, so we can move. We're just gonna report this. The hell? Oops. I didn't. It's 3-1. No. No, that's not 11. We're reporting the match. So... Alright, so QAP, Anno, Kuzi, and Pyrex is gonna be against this one. We do have ads going. Rip. We'll get them out of the way real quick and get this match underway. Sorry, but we're gonna get them done now rather than mid-match. This is the last match of uppers. Then we will be going down to lowers. Maybe game. Actually, we might have 2 though. Depends on time, but lowers 4. But definitely lowers around 5. Alright, so real quick, I'll show you the bracket. G7 Thriller. No surprise there. Damn, Bunny Girl Senpai. Fighting. NTX against Synesthesia. That's a good one over on that channel. That's a good matchup. Houston Spartans. They have Yoko, if you know. This one we're waiting. Desire. They have Nightya, I believe. And a team called Nightya Method, but they were not worthy. YouTube Shorts streamed by Sporty. Damn, they are quick as hell, man. Alright, well, the ads might have ended perfectly. So I just gave them the name and password, and everybody joined. But yeah, let me know on the overlay if we're good to go. I think we're good. But Devo wasting little time, and you know, Prime D-Dop, they got their warm-up in. They're looking scary. But we got a player 6 terrible news. But Anno ties it up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't fully know the rules if that matters, streamer mode on or not. For leagues it does, but I mean for a tournament, I don't think it really matters. Thanks, Sleepy. Appreciate it. Yeah, this time we remember to reset the score. Although we were a little bit shocked after game 1 of the very first stream. So yeah, the very first stream with these guys, the opponents left after game 1. So that was weird. After waiting like an hour for their previous match to finish. But 2-1 in favor of Prime D-Dop. And almost a demo coming out there. Kuzi trying to force the issue, kept to the corner. Ano now trying to get it by, gets a bump, but they got the numbers in tow. K1, what is going on? How you doing tonight? Oh, and what a save from Drew. But drop down, another save being tested. And they're trying to tie it up. QAP. They have some pretty good pressure, but it's not so easy to capitalize. Been a long time, bro. I'm good. What about you? I mean, I got too much to unload. So we'll just say, what a shot from Drew. Puts his team up by 2. And so, yeah, tonight we are casting a $600 Paradise Cup 3v3 crew battle. But this is day 1. There's 3 days. It's going to follow tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. But we've been fortunate enough to be able to cast this team. Prime D-Dop, top level team, has Drew, Life, and Devo. But I'd say they faced pretty good competition, surprisingly, for day 1. And there's so many teams that entered, like 78. So you could see how tough this tournament is with only day 1 being pretty good of competition. Almost a give and go. We're waiting for that clip. It's just not quite there yet. We've had times thought it might happen, but demo does not come out. What a play from Devo, avoiding that. What are the rules? So game 1, which we are currently in, it is a 3v3, and then loser picks if they want to do a 2v2 or a 1v1. And if there is a game 4, whoever did not play in that game 2 plays in the game 4. So Life adds another, and they are confidently in the lead. But yeah, so game 1 3v3, game 2 a 2v2 or 1v1, game 3 back to 3v3, and then game 4 the opposite of game 2. And then if it goes to game 5, it ends in a 3v3. I don't play this game, all good. I appreciate you stopping in and witnessing this dominance so far from game 1. Also, I've been trying to pump up the YouTube. We've been going hard on that, though. It's crazy. If you know about YouTube, they added the requirements to be monetized. They like doubled it in February. So I'm trying that grind. I wish I got on YouTube earlier. I have bots accounts in my stream, so be careful. As ANO adds another. Are you talking about Nightbot? Do you remember when I subbed your YouTube? I don't know if you always open live on YouTube. I have. I'm a little bit better now, like, and I even have like a mixed chat, kind of. But we turned it off so we could see more gameplay. But yeah, I'm a little bit better. I multi-stream to YouTube. I don't think I always did that. But what do you mean fake accounts? Was Prime D-Dop take game 1. We are going to Forbidden Temple. And ones, okay. Ones it is. Alright, so they choose ones. I slacked. See, you just saw that, right? It said orange team, even though right here it says QAP. You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging. I'm like, I could have swore I put the team names in. Alright, thank you. I'm not losing my mind, but I was about to be annoyed if there wasn't a team name in there. Life thought he got an easy one that's gonna bounce out. But he's trying again. Another shot. Saved. And out. Doing a good job hanging tough. So yeah, anybody who's not familiar, Life and Anno are playing in the 1v1, which means neither of them will be able to play in game 4 if it comes to that. But so far, Anno takes the first goal and the lead. But not bad try open on TikTok too. Yeah, I kind of gave up on TikTok, honestly. I think YouTube and Twitch better for me. I'm not really big on TikTok lives. So I don't even know about like their earning, like how it works. Ooh, what a shot. Life ready for the save, and that's a big 50. You might have an open net, and almost saved, but mostly open. But we are tied 1 apiece, and not a crazy amount of scoring so far. But battle over that corner boost for sure. And Life trying to absorb the 50. Thought he could just turn around on that, but top heavy. Anno makes him a little bit more awkward. Strong touch. Can't follow that up initially. So gets a demo. And still not able to find the opening. Said, that's a good flick. Anno has that one and just gonna let it slide through. Taking time off. But yeah, okay. Life's been a little crazy. I did just get my bottom wisdom teeth taken out like 2 days ago, so it's been fun. Anno, what a goal. Now up by 2 as we get close to halftime. Life needs to step up here and does give up possession on this kickoff. Anno gonna give up that one to Life, who does get the boost and that's to find the time to challenge. In the end, we all do things to have fun with games. It's true, gaming is life. But now up by 3, and a solid performance from Anno and QAP as they're trying to tie it up, tie up the series. Although Life, how is that out? I think he's so confident, but I mean, you can't rest for a moment. And you know, you see that score line. I mean, a lot of time in a minute 50. You get a few kickoffs, a little momentum. I mean, Life is certainly someone who could do that. And I mean, 2 quick goals. Now you start to wonder. That's gonna bounce out maybe a counter, much to Anno's favor. And he's played solid defense. That certainly led to his lead. Life might need a goal here. That's too high again. Anno. Initial flick, almost getting the bump, but causing the awkwardness. And up by 3. Late Life chasing him off. Does get the save. And gets the boost as well. He should have this one all the way. 4 to 6. You still can't call this one. Still could go either way. 42 seconds left. Big kickoff. Trying to score quickly. Anno can't quite get the touch. Now Life. He's got possession. This might be a must-score opportunity. I got a call. I gotta go. All good. Thanks for stopping in, Kay. I appreciate you. But a lot of time ticking off. And 10 seconds left. As we have a tie series. QAP. Now gonna have one apiece on the scoreboard. Wait, we're going to DFH soon. Yeah, these players know. It's 3v3. I don't think I have to tell them. Maybe. Perhaps. Alright, so game 3, back to a 3v3. And, you know, also the interesting thing to note, you got players kind of waiting around a little bit, maybe warm down. You got to get back into the mode that is 3v3. Devo staying behind that one. Now to Life being challenged. And high touch. Drew to Devo. Can he follow this one? Goozy, nice touch to the side. And Life flip reset and dunk. And getting things started in a spectacular way. Prime teed up. But almost a quick one from Kuzi. Gonna be saved. More defense through there to Life. Back to Devo. Gets the pop. Demo in the backfield. But can't quite complete the play. But Drew, that's gonna be off the crossbar. Few crossbars. You know we gotta do this. It is chalked. But Devo applying more pressure. Life is there, and what a shot. Life hanging from the rafters. And got both goals. can maybe credit that one's match to a warm-up, but player 6, nobody knows who he is. I mean, we do, but for the sake of streaming, he's player 6 and he scores. There might be an opening, but Drew cuts through on that. Now player 6 trying a little more magic. Thank you so much for the follow, Spiro. Really big koozie out here supporting Koozie. If you're just tuning in, it's one apiece. And a battle on the 3v3. QAP down by 1. In the previous match, it was a 1v1. Anno actually took the victory against Life. They're trying to score. It's going to be bounced out initially. Devo just hanging with it. Life popped up. Drew trying to take over. And still going to play nuisance. But there's a big koozie as Spiro mentions him. And that almost flies through. Life is there. Devo by 1. Trying for the crazy touch. Gonna be denied. And big bounce, and no touch means Devo can shine through, puts his team up by 2. So, as we are spectating this game 3 match of a 3v3, since game 2 was a 1v1, game 4 will be a 2v2 of those who didn't play. And what a play from player 6, 2 goals. Player 6 shining through, and I mean, in this lobby, you don't get a touch off of the backboard. That player is more than likely doubling that into your net. Life almost put it on target, and that 1 goal lead, maybe not enough to feel secure. 40 seconds left, incoming. That is almost on target, a little bit too high. No, Koozie gonna bring it around town. Might have another. And bounced out. Devo, big clear, plenty of time taken off. Life keeping it to the corner. Now Drew is up, keeping it close. Flip reset extra. Trying to clear it out, and they have to score. It's not gonna happen. Devo gonna take this and run with it. Prime D'd up as everyone goes for kickoff. I love it. Not that it mattered, but Prime D'd up 2-1 in the series. Now we got a 2v2. Let's go to Sovereign. Alright. So, as we mentioned, Life and Anno cannot play in this one, so everybody else is playing in that 2v2. All right, we're all set for game number 4. in 2v2 action. So you see in everything else, now we got 2v2. And dropped out. This might be an open net for Kuzi. Strikes first. And this is a must win for QAP. They're trying to bring it to game 5. Also, let's not forget, winner of this qualifies day 1. Doesn't have to go to the lower bracket, obviously. They don't lose. But loser spends more time hanging out, waiting for a lower bracket to form. So big, Kuzi. And that one's a little bit wide. And now Drew attacking. 52 players, but can't get that boost. Big Kuzi, as he's called. Bringing it down. Adds another, and that's bouncing in. I don't know. The support from Spiro, just too strong. And there's Kuzi. Solid performance in this game, number 4. They are up by 2. Devo can't move forward. And would be interesting to note, QIP, if they take this one, means they won both of the extra modes, if you will. But what a shot from Drew. And let's hold on. They still got a match to play here. Now lead cut by 1. That's gonna bounce around. Possibly hoping for that bounce down. But not gonna happen. Now Kuzi probably wants that touch back. But he could still hang around. Gets the mid. And player 6 trying to do it on his own. Gonna leave that one up. Kuzi actually had a chance. The other team was low on boost. Devo pausing for a second and Kuzi could come through. No mercy on the challenge. Taking all that boost as he's getting chased. Good job avoiding. And then gets the comeback. Gets the revenge. But still a 1-goal lead and they're hanging tough. And Drew trying to get another sneaky touch into the net. Kuzi bumping through. Is that on target? It is, and they're playing so good together. And they add another goal. Up by 2. Now Kuzi deleted. Let's see what Drew can do in the air. Flip reset. Deleted again. And now we're seeing that time slowly tick down. 2-goal lead in favor of QAP. Drew getting the save. And gonna be interesting. It could potentially be a game 5 of the 3v3. Big stakes. Oh, what a touch. Kuzi out here balling, gets the pinch. That's a nice bouncer right back to him. Zen on YouTube, you cannot join this. I'm sorry. This is a $600 tournament that is already underway. Big challenge. Kuzi keeping it close. And nice bounce back. But right now, Prime D-Dop, they got no answer. And plenty of time escaping. So it's like they'll have to get ready for that 3v3. Although they have to be pretty confident in that regard. They've taken both 3v3s. And if you're a QAP, you gotta be feeling confident in the way you've won these extra games. But now you gotta translate it to 3v3. So, can they do it? It's one game. Can go either way. So with that, we have our first best of 5 going to game 5. And we gotta go Champions Field. It's do or die, qualify, or lowers. Who takes this game 5? Champions Field, game 5. Here we are. Take a little sip. Been talking a little bit. But trying for that first goal. Early start. Devo trying to clear it. Staying on it too. Might have a pass to Life, who slight touch causing 2 to commit. And Drew can't quite follow through on that one. And Devo has to venture back. A little teamwork to go get it to mid. But bump downfield. Devo pinch. Might have another. He wish he had more boost. And Life almost snuck one through. A quick shot though. Can he get a little credit into the net? It's gonna bounce out. But I was impressed with how quick that shot came through, with what power on that angle. Just did not bounce in. And Drew trying to bump out. Devo patiently waiting. Knows he's last back. And Life to Drew, who's going to be quick. Go on it. Now a little bit of time, a little bit of space given. It might be a bad move. Drew capitalizes, and they are up by 1. And a surprising situation. QAP, they've been so good with challenging. And that certainly helps limit the other team. But in that sequence, low on boost, positioning, whatnot, given a little time. And that's where Prime D-Dop can do some damage, but player 3, is he player 2 or player 3? But he is on the board, tied 1 apiece. They got an answer. Went Drew popping it up. Kuzi. And that's almost put through. Life does seal the deal though. Up 2-1. And we're past halftime. That's dropped down to Life, who has to readjust. Gets a high flipper. Well, what a block. Can he get another? No, Drew doing a good job. Last back, adjusting. And Devo sees Life downfield, trying to get it to him. That's gonna bounce around. And Life 50 around, gets a bump. Drew challenging. And Life gonna try and chase that down. He's got it. Open net secured. And up 3-1. Devo gonna get that ceiling. Extra touch. Tough to maneuver, but finds a way. You know, he gets that touch or that flip reset. He's like, how do I get it in a right position to get it around? And hits it bottom of his car with an angle to move it more left. An impressive play, and they bolster their lead by 3. And tough spot to be in for QAP. They need goals, and they need them quick. Well, 45 seconds left. Kuzi can't find the net. Life up. Gonna hang with this one. Well, Kuzi gonna try again, but blocked. Evo is there. And more time ticking away. But you gotta hand it to QAP as they add a late goal, but perhaps too little too late. Down by 2. 13 seconds left. But yeah, we have to say QAP definitely impressing out here. Bringing it to game 5. And we expect them to do good things in the lowers. GG's. Alright, so you got Prime, D-Dop. They are going to move forward. They qualify for day 1, so they can rest. They'll be back on day 2. So for anyone rooting on Prime, D-Dop, that is their conclusion here today on Friday. So yeah, I believe action back Saturday. It won't be on my channel, but they'll be somewhere. But yeah, Saturday, I think it starts at 7 on Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern. So if you want to follow them along, you can do so. All right. What are we? We're following QAP though. So we fully expect some good things out of them. They were impressive. Here is the bracket. You can look along. You can also do exclamation bracket if you want to look yourself. I don't think this updated. Brutal. I don't know why it's not showing. Whatever. But yeah, this is what we just did. Alright, who is gonna take this one? G11, whoops. G11 and Kiro J Caps. So G11 lost 1-3 Houston Spartans. Got a couple of forfeits. We're gonna say G11 takes this. Alright, we're gonna run ads since we're just waiting around here. My bad. I don't know. I was getting a drink. But yeah, DDOP, they qualified against QAP. And so they are done for the day. And what a score. G11 really coming out here. But yeah, DDOP, they're done for the day. They qualified day 1. They'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what stream, but they'll be back tomorrow when this starts again, I think at 7 p.m. Eastern. So you tune in again on plenty of the casters that are streaming. But they qualified, they beat QAP, and QAP, I mean, they put up a fight. They brought it to game 5, but they're in the lowers. They're waiting on the results of this one, and we're casting that. But this one is the previous one. They requested a moderator, and so we said, you know what? We can help you out. They had trouble starting the match. We'll do you one better. We'll stream it for you too. But 4-1 in favor of G11. Yeah, that's all taken care of. No problem. Yeah, if anyone wants to see the bracket too, you can, well, you could view that. I think exclamation bracket should be working too. You could try that out too. Whoa, what the? I don't spell it like that. I appreciate it, Krusty. No problem. Appreciate the support. Making sure we got things handled. More support is better in a time of moderator requested. But they are really putting it together. Thank you so much for the follow, Alejandro. Pure G11. Truly, they are impressive. This is our first time seeing them. And I mean, they could be the ones to face QAP, who is waiting for them. We've seen QAP, who is also impressive. There's a lot of good teams in this one, and it's only day 1. Damn, you hear that, Belb? Krusty is appreciative of you. Even you, Belb. But no problem. As always, thanks for the support. You gotta give Krusty some credit. A lot of credit, actually. Head of CPL makes things run. Also, helping run this event. This is Paradise Cup. We've done this quite a few times, but formerly through ATS, headed up by Sporty. But he's heading it up again with the help of CPL. Why catching strays? Because you're always around. It's all love. All love. Okay, Chingue Sumadre Clan House? What the? Entiendes? No comprendo, amigo. But you're definitely talking about someone's mom. All right, G11 Esports. They take game 1, and Bandito says 2v2. So they know the drill. We are going to Forbidden Temple. So, Kiro, they choose 2v2. Those who play in the 2v2 will not be able to play in the game 4 if there is one. Houston Spartan? That's our boy Yoko. But it's not our Spartan team. Don't get it twisted. We are not affiliated. But we do love Yoko. He's a man. Yeah, who's this Houston? Who's this Houston org out here? But I don't know. Spartan is a common thing, so I'm not surprised. Thank you so much for the follow, Gianuski. Appreciate it. And Valop, very much appreciated. But we got the 2v2 on slate. It's game 2. And Gusanoid. I definitely mispronounced that, so don't hate me. We'll just call him Gus. Although, what did we just witness? Are we being real here? You guys saw that, right? Wasn't just me. Yeah, exclamation YouTube or exclamation YT. Good job, Bill. And so many crossbar hits, but G11, they're on the board finally. Big 50. And Sorry is there to put it through. I do have to change the title though. This is why we need a mod to change the title. Yeah, we're not following Prime D-Dop anymore. We're in the lowers. But I am like shocked how quick they find you out. You know, they find the stream. I don't even know how. We're not even displayed anywhere. But, you know, you got a good support system. It's a beautiful thing. And Gus definitely has a support system in here. Dropping it down, able to put it through. And they take the lead. Almost a pinch going in too. Gus feeling it. And too strong of a shot that might have bounced out. But heck of a shot there. G11. Kiro says, let's log in. You're gonna need to, otherwise gonna be down 2 in the series and back to a 3v3. The YouTube link doesn't work. How does it not work? Looks like it says right to videos. Link is right, but you can't tap it to go there. Well, it says you're about to open an external link. You want to continue. I don't know. Works on my end. Maybe it's a mobile thing? Oh no, Gus, no. Gus is popping off, but that would have been nice. A nice one to score right there. Alright, so just letting everyone know, we do have ads coming. They are inevitable. They're gonna play like with 10 seconds left. That way, hopefully it doesn't go into the next game and we catch more of the action. We're almost hit a breezy flag. Yeah, got some good people in this tournament, like I said. And G11 Esports taking game 2. So we will go back to a 3v3 potential closeout. All right, well, some ads are playing. It'll be fun, but game 3 is here. Possible closeout for G11. But no matter who wins here today, they still got another game to get through to qualify, which is crazy. And that next one is going to be a doozy, because QAP is pretty good as well. But so far it's looking like G11. And Gian gonna capitalize what just happened. I hope you guys are still in an ad, because what in the hell? There's no way that just falls through. And Gian adds another. Looking solid. Alright, welcome back everyone. Hopefully the ads weren't too brutal. You missed some action, but no surprise. G11 continuing their winning ways. We saw a goal just casually roll in. It's very awkward. But they are going crazy. Like we said, though, they got a big test waiting for them, so plenty of Rocket League to play and more some to come. And do you get burnt out? So that's what, 4 or 5 matches today? I am sacrificing his life story, trying to feed Gian for another goal. Wait, this is a little bit awkward. We're almost at halftime. 3-goal lead. And looking comfortable. G11. Gus Tesori. Teamwork makes the dream work. Making it look easy. Like, we knew it was coming. We saw it. And still. That's that. Wow. Are we calling it here? Are they still playing? Yeah, so that next series, I don't know, it might be one of the better ones that we've been blessed with. Damn, Kiro's still fighting out here. I mean, if he leaves, then we'll call it, but he's still fighting. I'm gonna let him fight. I mean, yeah, some of the, like, teams that won't qualify today are still better than majority of players, you know? It's insane. But I gotta give credit, still fighting through. Respect. Even when teammates dipped out. See it through. Oh my god, Kiro. You ain't lying, Bill. He's a madman. W for Kiro. He at least gets a clip. What's that score? Still 3-0, right? Because we'll report it to make it faster. Alright. Alright, so let's get this set. Also, big shout out to G11. They're cool as hell. Alright, we gotta put QAP up there. G11. Whoa, that's not 11. Alright. Alright, double check that. Map, we're good. Now let's check the, well, actually, quickly, whoa. Wrong one. Alright. Alright. Should be good now. Alright, there we go. So here's the bracket. If you want to quickly check QAP against G11. We can report that. So we're gonna talk with them, remove this off the window. Damn, clipping it for Kiro. Alright, so we're gonna just report. Damn, I don't know the actual game one. I don't know the scores of each. Let me check. Alright, 6-2. Oh, I guess that doesn't matter really. Oh. There you go. Let's help them out. Let's get this show on the road, you know? They've been waiting. Alright. Did that save? QAP. Let's chat with them. You ever like create a match and then forget what you put it as? Or you second guess yourself? I'm pretty sure I did this, but let me do it again. Alright. Alright, we gotta update the overlay. The hell, Belb, you're supposed to tell us. Yeah, thanks. Alright, we're in lowers qualify. Double check everything. This is game 1. Think we're good to go. It's our final. And final for these players as well. And what a shot. Kuzi striking early and quick. And might have been a moment since you saw QAP, but we saw them play one of the top teams and bring them to game 5. So definitely no slouches out here. And that's bouncing around, but Kuzi, big Kuzi, is up again. And QAP up by 2. And no to Kuzi, and that's a missed one. It was any rank. I mean, Belb, it's too bad you you don't know, because there's some very good people. Like that first team we casted. Yeah, they're like, they could be top 16 NA. But you could view a lot of the tags as well. There's Anno. But I mean, you got challenger tags all over the place. Yeah, I mean, lower ranks still join, but the reason why you don't see them is they lose their first match, go to lowers, and then lose that, and that's their day. Or if, like the match you saw with us, they lose game 1 and then just leave. But the crazy part about that is one of the people is followed to the channel and in chat, and they still left. Yeah, I mean, stayed just to have fun and watch. or play with pros. I know not everyone's built like that though. Some people like sign up for RLCS, get matched up against high people, and then complain that it's not fair. There are people like that. But 3 up for QIP, who have good command of this one, and a stark contrast of what we just saw. And it's just the craziness of the competition. As G11 put forth a solid performance, a 3-0 sweep to get here, and now they're down by 3. Almost getting the dunk there. 40 seconds left though. G11 could use a goal here. At least something. Sign of life. Get on the board. And there's a pop, but bumped off. Now Kuzi coming back. He might put a goal coming through, and player 2 following. And that is a tough play to defend. Is he doing a flip reset, or is he just bumping you? He's got options, and that makes the most dangerous offense. But game 1 goes to QAP. And now we will see what they want to do for game 2. So 2v2 chosen. And we'll see if that has a different effect. But welcome to game 2 of this lower bracket run. Winner of this qualifies. Other it's bounced out. And this is only day 1. So this is to stay alive into day 2. And there's 3 days of this all weekend. But competition is so tough. As you can see, all these teams very good, but find themselves in this kind of situation, and GN strikes first, and that's a good goal for G11 Esports. Good to boost their confidence. They lost game 1 in the 3v3, weren't able to put up any goals. But mind you, this team in 2v2 and 1s, as Gian takes the second goal, this QAP team won the 2v2 and the 1v1 against the first team we were watching with Life, Drew, and Devo. But find themselves down by 2 in this one. What a shot. And Kuzi gonna follow up. Kuzi to the corner. Just staying around. Now Gus can take control. Hits the flip, but denied. And trying to move forward, maybe get a bump. They need 1 on the board, but play is kind of slowed down a bit. And good job keeping it to the corner. A safer spot from Kuzi. And almost getting that one. Defense has to respect it though. And he's got a pop. Can do some damage. He does do some damage, and it is tied up. And I tell you, in 2s, and especially higher players, once they get the pop, you gotta be careful. It's gonna be a little bit dangerous, as so many more options open up with it. Uzi up early. We are tied 2 apiece. And let's not forget QIP, they took game 1. So if they win this one, match point into another 3v3. And G11, they probably don't want to have that happen. They're fighting to take this victory. Good job from Gian. Staying with that one. Just questioning when he would be pushed off, but equally QIP, you know, they're patient in their approach and just slowly inch up. Took their time and finally take the lead. Almost one going through. However, able to get a touch on that awkward. Gian trying to get back. Gus is there. And that could be pivotal. Not letting that go in. Maybe a goal to tie it up. Nice bouncer. Quick on the draw. And that is perfectly lined up. But 3 apiece, 30 seconds left. Does it end right there? Or do we have OT? Maybe the first OT that we've ever had tonight. Although Kuzi almost puts it through. Oh man, it's a back and forth battle. I don't know who's going to take it. Certainly opportunities on both sides, although Gian, last ditch effort to the air. What a play, and that's going through. Gus maybe win in 1 second. I mean, there's still room for some magic, but He's trying to let it skip. That's gonna bounce around. Wow, what a play. What a series. Coming out. And game 2 win. G11 at the last second. Second to last second, right? Alright. Game 3. And they're not gonna make it easy. They're probably gonna make me do game 5 again. Like I'm not already losing my voice. But phenomenal victory for G11 Esports. They have to be riding that confidence. Now got to translate it to a 3v3 win. Gian almost putting that through. And that something nice about the 2v2 as well. You warm up, you're feeling good, and you try to bring it to the 3v3. And so far, G11 looking a little bit quicker, but it only takes one goal here to eliminate all that momentum. But we're still scoreless. No goal yet. And these teams are locked in for sure. It's a little different story. QAP catching G11 off guard. But this time, G11 a little more tuned in. Yeah, a big BE almost dunks it through. That would have been an incredible read. But big block. Gian again, who's played phenomenal. And see Kuzi at the midfield, and Gian cuts it off. It's definitely been a player to watch. And what's the pressure even looking like? A little bit higher for G11, but you still can't sleep on QAP. I swear, every time it turns to that player, I feel like it makes the sound of someone disconnecting. I don't know if you guys hear that too. Uh-oh, dangerous. And player 2 makes a heck of a save, put in a bind. As those kind of plays, you just don't know what the offensive player is gonna do. They're just gonna fake it, get a flip reset, get an awkward touch, 50. Extra touch. Oh no, it goes in. Are you kidding me? All 3 players touch it and it still goes in, if I'm seeing that correctly. Just tying it up one apiece. They're still on the board. They're still hanging tough. Player 2 adding the goal there. Oh, that is almost going through. What a save, Kuzi. But 14 seconds left. And there's another from Anno. And they might have just taken away this victory. And now it's going to come down to Anno playing the ones. To seal the victory, maybe. Gonna be Anna against Sori. We're going game 4, 1v1, Sovereign Heights. And they are ready. So, big matchup, and it's all fallen on both of these players' shoulders, but especially for G11, for Sori. Might be able to get a kickoff goal right back, but gonna be tripped up. Yeah, as we said, G11 can't afford any more losses, so a lot of pressure coming out in a 1v1. Solid flick and good pressure, tying it up. But what a beat. Anno can just let this one slide through. Damn, almost looking crazy out there. But that's the risk you run if you ain't scoring. Could he go the distance? Damn. He comes right back with a goal like that. I mean, you gotta give credit. Definitely deserved. And then a kickoff goal. And I'm adding 2 quick goals. But at least Sori still in this one, gets 1 and might have 2 of his own. Although, gotta widen that and gonna bring it back. Gonna get some boost, and what that gives up possession. And a good turn on this. Slight touch. What a goal. Getting it back, that 2-goal lead. But looking to go the distance again. Almost completes it with the catch on the ground. And gonna try the distance a 3rd time. Oh no. For all the skill that he has, he gives that one up way too easily. And that is a crazy touch that's gonna bounce out. Sorry, just watching it. But an extra oomph seemingly out of nowhere. Sorry really wants that boost. Although, imagine if he could use it as bait. Uh-oh. 2 flip resets, what a save. Sorry. Staying alive, but that might be on. And regain that 2-goal lead. And actually, challenging that and able to get a piece. Just being aggressive and up by 2, why not? Not trying to give any more life to Sori. And now up by 5. How quickly that escalates. And that is gonna do it. That's 10-4. Give credit to QAP. They're gonna be moving on. Qualified day 1. And you can check them out in day 2 as you follow the bracket. 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. But thanks to anybody who tuned in, chatted, followed, all that good stuff. Appreciate all the support. It's a lot of games casted. A lot. My voice definitely needs a rest after this one. But QAP, they're definitely strong team. They had a kind of rough test. One of the top teams on the upper bracket. Otherwise, they would have been probably fine. All right, so they take the victory. I'll make sure that gets reported. What was it? 3-1? Yeah. All right. All right. We are out of here. And yeah, QAP qualifying and Prime DDOP qualifying. A lot of good action, a lot of good players, a lot of good support that I've seen all around from players and family. But yeah, I think that's it for me on this recording. I'll post it on YouTube, this run. I don't think we need to edit too much because it was continual game after game. But yeah, definitely have this on YouTube. Also have VODs up. I don't know. Am I going to sleep though? I want to keep the stream going. But they are expecting a VOD. If I have an 8-hour VOD, that might mess with things, won't it? Well, maybe I'll end stream and then start it back up, but my voice definitely needs a rest. My throat is hurting right now. And I can't tell if it's actually my throat or my wisdom tooth extraction, so I but yeah, we are going to end it here. Yeah, I'll restart stream, but end this for this whole tourney. Yeah, I gotta shout out CPL, Sporty, organizing it, inviting me. Of course, CPL, Krusty, everything she does. There's a ton of good casters in this. Hopefully, you're able to tune into any of them. But yeah, and all the good players allow me to cast. Very much appreciated. So, thanks again, and catch you on the next one. Recording. If you guys see anything needs tweaking, I didn't put this one thing on borrow on the top. All right, but yeah, we're kind of last second here. That's my bad. But let me know if you see anything that looks out of order. Can't wait to see these games. Aren't you playing? Oh no, you're not. Did you did officially get added to the team though, right? Bleach? But welcome in everyone to this cast of Spartan Guardians versus the Whiffin Wontons. And this is game number 1, week 4. Turtle lining that up, has the first goal for Spartan Guardians. Bleach says, yeah, keeping these benches nice and warm. Yeah, make sure to shine them. Don't forget to clean them. Don't soil them. We're expecting big things out of you, Bleach. Hey, thank you so much for the raid coming out of nowhere. Complet. What a legend. As we are casting a rivalry match out here. Let's give a shout out to Complet. Make sure to go give them some love on their channel. Thank you so much for that raid. But we just started into this cast of rivalry, week number 4. This is tier 5. Now, if you want to consult Chaotic on what what rank that means, feel free to do so. But still a 1-goal lead for Spartan Guardians. Ivo getting a demo and leaving it up. Fire. NATO 50 in the quarter. But Turtle, tactical whiff, pausing the defense, all part of the plan. And a slight touch, almost finding the angle. A back pass. Good luck reading this team, as they're making you think. And Ivo hits it to himself. Turtle by 1. Can he? No, he's deleted. And Whiffin Wontons, they're trying to get it out of their half. They're trying to tie it up. But we're almost at halftime. And still just a low-scoring game. Both teams still trying to ramp it up, build that offense. And Ivo gets a touch, trying to delay that offensive attack. And Trampy Sumo down to Dark, and he can't push it forward. And right now, it's a little bit of a back and forth battle of inches. And can someone form something? Turtle is allergic to an open net. Hits it wide. Wants to keep it interesting. Still a 1-score lead. As 2 minutes to play. Still plenty of time for things to change. But at the midfield, and a little delay on that clear, but no Spartan Guardian was there ready to attack. And 50's coming out. Drunzy, touch to the side. And this could be a chance. They're getting closer. At the midfield, that was almost a touch toward the net. Now Turtle has a 1v1 situation. Although that's going to get away from him, and he's aggressively pursuing that block, which he's not even close to. And more 50s coming out. Ivo off the backboard. Fire NATO backboard. And now we're under 1 minute, and Turtle finally finds the net. And especially from game 1, we've seen Turtle. He's going to lead that offensive attack, as Spartan Guardians happy to set him up and have him first, man. Almost a touch there and another follow through denied. And how does Whiffin Wontons get on the board? They've had moments, but just can't quite break through. 30 seconds left. Need a quick goal here. I vote. Good challenge. And now Spartan Guardians looking in a good spot to take game one. Solid 2-0 performance. And with both these teams getting a game under their belt, will it be different in game two? Certainly, Whiffin Wontons want some offense on the board, although the pressure was in favor of Wontons, just couldn't quite form something. And so, how do they change that up? Might need better looks, more efficiency. Did we pass it without even thinking about it? We did. Forbidden Temple. Game 2. Let's get it on. That is a loud engine right there. But game 2 is here. Spartan Guardians up 1 in the series, but Drunty getting the right start for the Whiffin Wontons, and that was a question. Can they get on the board? How do they get on the board? Well, so far that's been answered, and relatively quickly. But so far, great pressure coming from the Whiffin Wontons. They might even add another goal. I vote. Slight touch. I don't know how he does it so awkwardly. But Turtle in the air. There's Ivo trying to force it forward. But that's going to come right back. Turtle. Tactical whiff. Fire NATO. Not going to be able to do much with that. Stays in the corner and it's coming right back to Turtle. Now Drunzy, who's got the first goal of game 2. But one score difference. Spartan Guardians knocking on the door. Can they find something? And Trampy Sumo there with the save. And seem to have their defense locked in. Good spacing. But what a save, Trampy Sumo being tested. And now, similar nature of game 1, although opposite. Spartan Guardians have some pressure, can't convert though. And the thing we always say, if you can't get good looks sometimes, means there's too many players on defense. And what a pass, what a shot. Turtle capitalizes. And Fire NATO, who's been known to be a playmaker, forces it. That's in front of net. And allowing the shot opportunity. But giving up, and at least Dark can get back to that one. Almost giving up possession. in front of net. Well, turtle, and that's gonna hit down. But more pressure coming out. We're at halftime, 1 apiece. This one could go either way. And turtle hoping for a mistake. It's gonna venture all the way back. Now fire NATO. No game audio. Let's see. Yeah, there really isn't. I don't know why. That is very weird. That's a good point. Alright. We're hearing it now, right? That is loud though. Is it not? Dude, that's so strange. I think it's definitely bugs. At least on stream. It's a little loud. I will lower it here. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. I don't know if it's Streamlabs bugging or what. So I heard it in my mic or headset. But we'll have to tweak that. Thanks for letting me know. But 1 apiece. Still no one has scored in that time that we're configuring. And Trampy Sumo does get a goal as we return. Fire NATO, tough spot. Drops it down, couldn't quite clear it. And whiffing wontons ready to strike. And they got the lead. Lead in game 2. Certainly get another one. And that's a big goal at that. And they look poised to tie up the series. What a shot. Tough angle. But 15 seconds left. More shots coming through. And you know how game 1 went. More pressure was in favor of whiffing wontons. They just couldn't quite convert. Well, different story in this one. They are able to convert. And now Spartan Guardians, what do they do to adjust into game 3? All right, a big game in game 3 as the series is tied 1 apiece. Who breaks through goes to match point, and what a shot. That is a tough one to defend. In the crossbar in. Rampy Sumo, the right touch from the midfield. And once again, whiffing wontons get the right start. And that's been key in the series. But Jonesy keeping it close, and Dark Exigence able to follow through, and that's continually been a problem for Spartan Guardians, not able to clear it. And that one's staying in the area. And now a 2-goal lead. And looking scary. Whiffing Wonton's really putting together the offense. But there is a nice goal. Fire NATO able to put his team on the board, and much needed. Don't want to see that lead keep on increasing, but that's on target, and just plenty of offense in this one. We fully expect it. There's been more defensive games the previous two. Now forget about all that. We already got 4 goals, not even down to 4 minutes. Trampy Sumo gets a touch. There's a chance to score though for Spartan Guardians. And that opportunity is gonna fall. But Turtle challenging, creating pressure. Dark with the save, and they might have an open net. They could coordinate, and what a save. That was actually a redirect, and not an easy one at that, but incredible save as Spartan Guardians down by 2, desperately trying to get on the board, and 2 players shine through, and that's enough pressure, enough force to put it through. And Ivo credited with the goal, and they are down by 1, but fighting back. And off the kickoff, they tie it up. But 3 apiece. Like we said, plenty of offense in this one, and Ivo off the midfield, and my, what a game. This one turning around, and now Spartan Guardians in the lead. They were down much more, but kept at it. And like we said, and just putting a goal together, building momentum, and plenty of time on the clock to do so. But if you're whiffing Wontons, well, you have an open net here if you could track it down, but gotta be wondering what they're thinking. They were up early in this game, they had command, now they find themselves down. Can they collect themselves, tie it up? And the good news, they still have 2 minutes to do so. It's Trampy Sumo moving it forward, but that's going to be possession gained by Spartan Guardians and causing a double commit. It's definitely something that's plagued whiffing Wontons. Turtle being bumped out. Ivo keeping the pressure. Maybe go for a demo. Can't connect. Now Fire NATO controlling, although Trampy Sumo big beat. You got Ivo back. And a series of good touches from whiffing wontons might result in a goal. But there's Ivo again on defense. And big 50. But that's a clear Fire NATO. Almost awkward, almost tripped up on that lip of the net. But so many 50s coming out, challenging. But what play will form? We're under a minute now, and it's coming down to the wire. Turtle, nice touch forward, almost left it in front of net, but that extra effort. And there's some whiffing there. A Turtle gets the challenge. This might be tough, as whiffing wontons sense it. They're pushing forward. They know time is starting to run out. But what a clear, going all the way back. Plenty of time. They're going to tick off the clock. Ivo, slight touch. Fire NATO 50 in. But once again, that clear when they need it. Spartan Guardian's able to do so. Although last bit effort, Turtle can't get that. And are you kidding me? 1 second. And what a pinch. Look at this pinch going on target. And we are tied up 4 apiece. And OT. OT it is. Game 3, 4-4 OT. Big game. We'll put a team to match point. And Fire NATO just there for the save. Had to adjust on that touch as well. It's going to be given a chance to redirect. Turtle opts not to go for a boost and almost is rewarded for that decision. Is that going to just fall? Dark Exigence there. Ivo trying to get a touch, but dangerous. Fire NATO able to venture back and get a touch to follow. Ivo has it lined up in OT and seals it. And that's corner shot on target. Spartan Guardians taking game 3, hard fought. All right, where are we going next? Sovereign, that's where. We gotta be quick. All right, we're good to go. Game 4, Spartan Guardian series point. Whiffing Wontons trying to bring it to game 5. And this early start, pretty big. Dark almost has the angle, but bouncing off the wall. Now Spartan Guardian's turn. Can they find a similar angle that gave them that win in the previous OT? We're still scoreless, and it's crazy to think the previous game we had plenty of goals to start. I mean, didn't even get down to 4 minutes and we had a bunch, but both teams definitely locking in. And Ivo, a little too high, but you got the follow-up from Turtle. Spartan Guardians taking the first goal, getting back to that early start that they like to have. Ivo has been playing incredible defense, gets a save there. Fire Nate almost gets a 50 going in. Yeah, Dark Exigence moving forward, trying to 50 as many as he can. And Turtle almost had the drop in angle. Down one, whiffing wontons, trying to get it out of their half, and then they could possibly tie this one up. 50 to Trampy Sumo, who's met with resistance. And Spartan Guardians have ramped up their challenge speed. But that is on target, and Trampy Sumo that puts forth first goal for whiffing wontons, and from the corner, that's where it's dangerous. But awkward ball. You almost wonder if it was just gonna fall through. But we're at halftime, one apiece. Can they redirect it? Almost. Somehow, some way into the net. Jesus is the way. That's wild. But more shots coming through. Who can break through, get this second goal? Scoring has not been easy. Certainly could lead to the game winner as Spartan Guardians kind of tripping up over each other. But that's a tough one, and Fire NATO actually lines it up. And you know, Fire NATO is good for a clip every once in a while. And there it is. What a shot. But 2-1. Spartan Guardians with the lead. Although given it in front of net, it's careful and dangerous. But Fire NATO somehow gets a touch.